I wouldn't get away with such copyright claims. AC Maiden, Butcherbird, Magnaris, Verknectar, and Ratsputino. Good to see all of you in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. It's a beautiful day, beautiful Saturday. So we can get the Season 9 HW League playoffs, finish off the season, and finish off our tournaments on Warhammer 2. That's right, folks. This is the final tournament on the game, and then we will be moving on to Warhammer 3 for HW League Season 10. That's right, 10th season. We've been doing this for a long time, giving out thousands of dollars in prizes. Today's tournament, not very big prize pool. It's just hasn't been as well organized towards the end of the game. And I'm not made of money. My apologies there. But still got some good cash incentive here for these players to give it their all. And we should have some top-tier gameplay ahead for all of you fine viewers. Now, Warhammer 3 should be interesting as we get the tournament started in that game, so just be patient, bear with us as we do get our footing, try to figure out how people like domination mode versus the regular land battle mode and so forth. And I know myself, I kind of like the land battles. I don't know if domination's going to replace it for me, but we'll talk about that much more in the days to come. But let's go ahead and get to this battle where we have VM Svertrasm against SOTM, because I messed up his name. Grombrindle. So I forgot what the faction picks were, but we're going to look at the chat here. Alright, we got Dark Elves and Dwarfs. Interesting. Dwarfs being picked as the counter against the Dark Elf pick. But Grombrindle living up to his name, he doesn't give a blind fuck if these Dark Elf pointy ears want to come at him. Alright, let's go ahead and adjust our camera settings because it looks like we were playing the last battle we did. And here we go. Starting with our blue player. And looking at that infantry, it looks like we're going to have 5 Bleak Swords on the field. We're also going to have some Sisters of Slaughter and Harganeth Executioners. Now, coming up a higher level view, you can see that there are 2 Sisters of Slaughter and 2 Harganeth Executioners with 5 of those Bleak Swords. We're then going to have Dark Shards. Looks like 5 of them. Yeah, 5 Dark Shards in total. So relatively large Dark Elf army, very infantry focused as you can see, since they are going up against the Dawi. We're going to have 2 Feral Manticores up in the air, very popular pick, almost a staple of any armies or any factions that can bring those Feral Manticores. Supreme Sorceress, a beast with another Manticore summon, and that's going to be it. She's just on her horse with the Manticore summon. Not even an Amber Spear there to use up whatever magic she may have left over. And that's going to round out the Dark Elf army. So coming over here, taking a look at the Dwarf forces, we're going to be seeing a front line that consists of these miners with blasting charges. It does look like Ekron's miners, the Regiment of Renown is included. They're over there on the Dwarf right flank. So 4 miners with blasting charges up front. We're then going to have 4 units of Thunderers with their rifles. And then we're going to be looking at Slayers protecting flame cannons. Sexy, sexy. We'll see if these flame cannons can pay for themselves. They are quite expensive, but they do have some elite infantry to target. So Slayer is going to be protecting them. And then in the rear, we're going to see 2 units of Bugman's Rangers. Very sturdy, immune to psychology, have passive regeneration as they drink that Bugman's Brew. And then we're going to see the Dwarf Warriors of Dragonfire Pass over here, and a second unit of regular Dwarf Warriors on the left flank. Now leading this army, we do have Ungrim Iron Fist. What the hell, Grombrindle? You'd think we'd see him. But Ungrim Iron Fist is going to be coming in naked and just bringing his unbreakable Slayer nature. And I like that a lot. Grombrindle is one of my favorite Dwarf Lords. Over here, you can see some dodging going on by the Sisters of Slaughter, but the Bleak Swords not going to be so lucky. First volley, going to be a direct hit, take him down to about half health. And now they have switched targets over here to the Harganeth Executioners, but unfortunately not being quite as accurate. Over here, Manticore Summon coming in, and Dark Elves are just going in, balls to the wall. Manticore's diving in, but there are Slayers to intercept them, so we'll see what happens from here. Over here, you can see the Miners not being on guard mode, which I think is a mistake from Grombrindle. Keep on guard mode so they throw those blasting charges even if a Manticore is coming at them. Over here, direct hit from the Flame Cannon. You can see the Flame Cannon starting to do some serious damage, and the Thunderers already taking down Harganeth Executioners seriously, doing a lot of damage. Did I just say seriously, like a Valley Girl? Anyways, over here, you can see Harganeth Executioners getting blown to bits, and that's going to be a concession from Svertrasm. Grombrindle, I think, taking that victory. Unless it was the other way around, then yeah, no. Dark Elves going to concede defeat. Flame Cannons decimating Harganeth Executioners with the assistance of these Thunderers. A very well thought out, well organized army. I have to say I like this quite a lot. I think the Dark Elves could have approached it a bit differently. But, you know, no matter how you slice it or dice it, like even if he would have moved all of his Dark Shards forward, he would have been outgunned. So I think what this army really needed is Dark Riders, Dark Riders, Dark Riders, Dark Riders. Got to get that mobility in there. Even with the Dark Elf infantry power, you can see where it can go wrong. But, yeah, the Dark Shards, even if they were out in front, I mean, they should have been approaching simultaneously, you know, in formation, so the pressure from the missiles was going down as the infantry are closing the gap, but just so much damage going down on the Dark Elf infantry so quickly, I think they just kind of lost heart there. But I stand by what I said. The Dark Riders get around there, pressure the sides, shut down Thunders and stuff. They might lose in a prolonged engagement, because the armor on the Thunderers is quite good. I want to say it's 80. But they will prevent them from shooting the Harganeth Executioners. And really right there, it was the Thunderers and the Flame Cannons that just shut down that Dark Elf Elite Infantry. Hey, Pantelinade. Did your opponent end up having to concede because of internet issues, or what happened there? Yeah, that is sad that Iron, he messaged me. I was just replying back to him. That is a bummer. Hope he gets his internet issues resolved as quickly as he can so he can play in some tournaments to come. But just told him sorry to hear that, and I'll see you in Warhammer 3, which is here, could be here before you know it. I've been playing some behind the scenes. I have my thoughts. I'm not sure I'm going to feel about domination mode, replacing land battles, but we will get into that as I get my embargo released on the 10th of February. But in the meantime, I'll keep playing it. So far, I think Kislev is like my favorite faction, although I don't think they're the strongest faction by any means, but you know, that's me. I just like their hybrid missile infantry focus. I think it's a fun play style, cool thing to emphasize for a faction. Straight into Civil War with Cold Hand. Oh man. Did your opponent get a bye and he's waiting for you up there, or let me go check this out. I don't even know I'm asking you. I can just go look. Oh yeah, so he had a bye. Hopefully he wasn't practicing, and then you can just, you know, both be going into it cold hands. Need to update that scoreboard before I forget. Yeah, Beastmen and Tomb Kings. This should be good. Okay, let's go to red faction. Hey, Romulan Dog, good to see you too. Park Map, good to see you. Do I like domination mode? Park Map, I need to play some more. I got the game the day before yesterday, and yesterday I was busy all day in work and then events after work. So I'm going to try to get it in this weekend. I don't know if I see it replacing land battles, in my humble opinion, but it's cool. And as far as quick battles and stuff like that go, I think it's a vast improvement for that setting. But just for tournaments, that's where I'm not sure. But as far as the ladders and stuff go, I completely agree with the decision. I think that makes the game a lot more accessible to a new player with like the capture point things. Yeah, and starting with the smaller army, I get the logic there. But how I like it versus the logic behind it are two different things. Galmaraz and Galbaraz? No, I don't believe so, Desperado. I'm not an expert in Warhammer lore, but I do not. There is no relation between Galmaraz and Galbaraz that I know of. Because Galmaraz is just, it's a dwarven name. Well, I guess they're both dwarven names based on, like, the spelling of them. But anyways, yeah, Galmaraz was the rune thing given to Karl Franz by the dwarf king he saved from an orc tribe. Because the dwarf king saw that the humans' brass weapons couldn't do jack squat against the dwarf's armor. Or against the orc's armor. So he gave him a dwarven forged rune hammer. Anyway, whereas Galbaraz, I think, is just a place. I don't think there's a relation, because that, when that happened, they were in, like, the Reichland. So, Galbaraz is not. That was quite a long-winded explanation. I hope you enjoyed it, Desperado. Like Mordheim and Morgaine. Yeah, it's recycling, but then you also have to think it's like, that's kind of a... all a Warhammer is just like a ripoff of the real world, you know? Like Japan is Nippon, and India is Ind. And then you got Kush, which would be like Ethiopia, I guess. And then you have... yeah, so it's all just straight rip from it. And so my point being, even in actual real languages, you find really similarly named things like Mordheim and Morgheim. Like that example from Warhammer you just put in there, I'm sure there's plenty of real life examples of cities with like super similar spelling like that. It's just how language works. But that's why I love Warhammer. And also why I'm like curious to see if it starts coming, and it's just not as popular, I guess, as big as D&D, you know, just because D&D had that huge spike in popularity. So I'm wondering if that's ever going to become a controversy, is like that they base the factions off of like real world cultures. But anyway, this isn't the controversy stream. This is the HW stream, where we watch Warhammer and we watch people kill each other. And it is currently match point for Grombrindle as he leads 1-0 over VM Svertrasm. It is now Beastmen versus the Tomb Kings. Heinrich Kemmler and Heinrich Himmler. Oh, yep. Oh, yeah. That's one I always forget about. Karl Franz is obvious. And there's always someone who wants to find some kind of connection to anything, right, Aaron Foxy? Always. That's what we do as humans. We find patterns. All right, so starting with our red player here, Grombrindle on match point, leading the Tomb Kings into battle. Going to be looking at a front line that will have 3 Tomb Guard with halberds. Let's see if we can get a little closer look at them before they disappear. Oh, dude, love them. We have the Blessed Legion of Pakath. Then we are going to be taking a look here at some skeleton spearmen, including the Scorpion Legion. We have Tomb Guard, looks like just 2 regular ones up front. And we're going to have 2 Shopti with great bows, including the Regiment of Renown. And then we have the Eyes of the Desert in the center rear, backing up Arkan the Black. He is going to be bringing Spirit Leech and then his usual kit. I think that rounds out the Tomb King forces. A bit light on Cav. In fact, there's basically no Cav with the exception of Sepulchral Stalkers, which is more like monstrous Cav. And we'll see if the Beastmen take advantage of that, because we have 2 Centaurs with throwing axes on the left and 2 on the right, including Grog Hooves of Wolf's Run with their poison damage. We got 4 Ungor Herd, 2 Chaos Warhounds with poison, a Bray Shaman of Wild with Traderkin, and then we have Torox the Brass Bull ready to smash some bones into fine powder. We have 2 Cygors, including the Eye of Morsileb, and we're going to be seeing a Spirit Leech going down on top of the Bray Shaman from Archon the Black. Ooh, Cygor is going after the Chosen of the Gods, Ushapti. So far not killing any models, but they are knocking them over. Now that's going to take one of the models out. Tomb Kings pushing forward, recognizing that they are outranged, as you can see here. Cygors have a range all the way at 400. Chosen of the Gods going to be at 255. So about a 145, range difference there, which is significant. That's pretty much the range of a regular old archer here. A little bit less for some factions. And now we're seeing the Scorpion Legion here getting focused by the Centaurs. Centaurs doing a lot of work. Going to be seeing a Spirit Leech going down on top of the Centaurs. I really don't like to see that. I would have liked to see just continue focusing on the Bray Shaman of Wild. If you can eliminate that Bray Shaman, do it. Sepulchral Stalkers coming out to play now too. They have their breath attacks, which actually look like they've already gotten some decent damage down on top of these Centaurs. No, he was holding still, wide open for that attack, and that's going to hurt the Beastman right there. You can see Bray Shaman's going to begin routing. Luckily for him, he's going to be out. Oh my gosh, is that another concession? Hey Ruben, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. That was a bit premature. I mean, I guess he's very, maybe just not feeling it today, but I think he conceded that way too early. I think he definitely had all of the tools he needed to win that. I don't know why he... Yeah, I guess, sometimes you just don't have it. You're not feeling it for the day. Aldamu of Toronto, thank you so much for the 1,000-bit cheer. Thank you, my friend. That is very kind, and yeah, goes a long way, so thank you for that. But show some love to the players here, Spare Tressum in particular. He's a great player. He's won plenty of my tournaments, but sometimes you're just not feeling it, and I think today that might have just been the case here, especially in the second battle. I can totally see that happening, but getting a lot of damage down on your caster, being concerned that that's going to be the end of it. Maybe a Spirit Leech went down on top of him that I missed, and he was just like, yeah, it's going to be GG. So he just called it quits from there. But regardless, great player, and wish him the best. And congrats to Grom Brindle, who will be proceeding to the next round of the playoffs. So give him some love as well. He played some fine games, had some interesting builds. This build in particular, I had my doubts with, but he was able to pull it off very, very nicely. Hey, thank you. All of these cheers. That's 3,000 bits of cheering. You are man. Or gal, I don't even know. Nevermore. Appreciate you. Carl Harmon versus Pantalinade. Yeah, that's that Civil War where they were starting cold. I wonder if they're on round 2 now. But that was a pretty quick match, so maybe we can catch them before they get started. Again! Look at all these. Do we have another Dwarf versus Dark Elf match too? Beautiful. There's an extra N I forgot in Pantalinade. Blue player. Sweet. 0-0. Another Dwarf versus Dark Elf match. Oh, Toronto, thank you so much, man. That's too kind of you. The 5,000 bit cheers right there. Or for yeah, thank you so much. It's very kind of you. I do appreciate that greatly. Ron Brindle. Wait 1 second. What is going on? I thought Ron Brindle just won. Okay, so getting to this battle, starting with our blue player, ODM Pantalinade. Will be the first ODM player we cover in this Civil War. We have Ulthar's Raiders up front with 3 miners with blasting charges. Behind them, we are going to have some Dwarf Warriors. Looks like 4 Longbeards. These stubborn dwarfs. Their beards are quite long. Then we're going to be, from there, taking a look at Quarrelers. It looks like we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, just kidding. Yeah, 5 Quarrelers. And then 2 Dwarf Warriors. Got a couple of Slayers in the back line. And a single cannon. And the Lord for this army that I, for some reason, have missed is up here. There he is, Belagar Ironhammer, bringing nothing but his sexy self. 60-60 melee defense stats respectively, and he's a beast. So from there, we're going to go take a look at the Dark Elf army. Much different approach than we saw last time. A bit more mobility, a bit wider, and there are a couple of artillery pieces, but enough of me talking about that. Let's look at what there is. We have some Witch Elves, appear to be on either flank. We have Shades on either flank as well. And then we're going to have Sisters of Slaughter. In the center, we're going to have 3 Bleak Swords, single Black Art Corsair, a couple of Harpies up in the air for that aerial support. And then we have the 2 aforementioned Reaper Bolt Throwers. As far as casters go, we have a Sorceress of Fire, going to have Fireball and is that Flamestorm? Yes, Flamestorm. And that looks like it's going to be it. Oh, the Lord. Duh. And the Lord is going to be Lokir Fellheart. On foot, he's going to be bringing Dreaded Duelist, Foe Seeker, and the Helm of the Kraken. These guys have the exact same 60-60 melee stats, but bonus versus infantry on top of Lokir and the regeneration in combat should give him the edge. But that, yeah, 30 bonus versus infantry means his melee attack is going to be 90, and his weapon strength is going to be 480. Then we have Belagar over here. That's interesting that they're so similar. But I think the big thing here, well, Lokir has 110 armor, Belagar has 120. So armor's similar too. 1200 HP difference though. 491, 3200. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point, ODM Loopy. But I don't know, it's just the passive regeneration I think will make a big difference. Both players playing it patiently, but I like that the Dark Elves kind of like refusing the frontline engagements until they get these units around the flanks going in. You can see the Shades coming into play. Lokir Felhart going right into some Quarrelers. We've seen Ulthar's Raiders turning to face the coming threat. Witch Elves are coming into combat though. It looks like they're going to try to get a rampage off on top of all this Dwarven infantry. And the Dwarves have their front line. They're kind of hesitating now. You can see they sent some units forward to get engaged, but then they started pulling a lot back to try to get over here and protect their back line. But oh my god, that flame storm was beautiful. Just as soon as it came into existing, decimating all the Ulthar's Raiders, and then also burning the remaining Quarrelers. It is doing some friendly fire on top of the Harpies here. They decided to land at an inopportune time, to say the least. Over here, going to be seeing blasting charges doing some nasty work to the Sisters of Slaughter, but not before the Sisters of Slaughter and the Witch Elves decimate these Longbeards and Dwarf Warriors. So it's a pretty crushing loss over there on the Dwarf right flank. Dark Elves looking like they're coming into a very strong position here. Pretty early in the game, we're only getting into like the 4-minute marker here. And we have the Shades now full health, high on ammunition in the back lines, threatening the Slayers and the Cannons. And Witch Elves, the Sisters of Slaughter, coming up to support them as well. And then a full health unit of Witch Elves on the other side. And Witch Elves are going to make minced meat of Slayers. That's kind of like their bread and butter. 55 melee attack. 26 melee defense, not very good, but as you can see, getting that rampage down, and they have a bonus of 8 against infantry units. Slayers just getting destroyed in a very expeditious manner. This is where the Dark Elves can really shine, when they can get that Dark Elf army pulled apart, or get that Dwarf army pulled apart, getting them in isolated engagements. They just have so many good tools that can work together here. Shades with Bleak Swords, or Blackguard Corsairs, Harpies, and Witch Elves. Yeah, so many units that can complement each other so nicely. Over here, it does look like a full health Longbeard got into the fight. And the Dark Elf forces are looking a bit tattered, but we are going to be seeing the Shades pulling back to get into a supporting position, maybe throw in some firepower. Balance of power wildly in favor of the Dark Elves at this point, so I think it's going to be a GG any minute now. Belgar ain't giving up yet. Over here we do see those Dwarf Longbeards. Ulthar's Raiders coming back tattered, but still in the fight. Cannon could become a player, but it looks like the Harpies caught onto that as soon as they came back into the fight, and they're just going to be booking it to make sure they don't get back to their artillery piece. But this is a problem. One of the artillery pieces for the Dark Elves is still online, all 3 pieces. Miners over here tattered, but eliminating the second unit of Reaper Bolters, which is a big deal. But If the Dark Elves can keep this online, then the Dwarfs are completely boned. You can see these guys are already wavering. Army loss is kicking in, and that's going to be a GG. Well, what do you guys think, chat? Would the other Dwarf army have been doing any better? Would it have done worse? I don't know. I think this army was just a bit more up my alley. A little bit of missile power, a little bit of artillery power, a little bit of mobility. He went with Harpies instead of Cav, which I'm okay with actually because they serve the dual purpose of countering gyrocopters if the Dwarves decide to go heavy on that. So I can respect that choice. But yeah, the Witch Elves and the Sisters of Slaughter just doing really well there. So not as elite of infantry as the other Dark Elf build we saw, but they had greater numbers and were able to overwhelm the Dwarf lines. So throwing up that blocker, let's see what they bring in round 2. ODM Call Harmon going to be up 1-0 in this Clans of War. Beastmen and Dark Elves are going to be the pick. Looks like Call Harmon is considering Lizardmen. That's a confirmation. We got the Lizardmen. Here on Foxy, yeah, they're popping up. It is hard to fight Dark Elves as Dwarves.
Yeah, that's one of the tougher matchups in the game. It's not as bad as, like, Dwarves versus Skaven, I would venture to say.
Let me know if you disagree with that. But as far as, like, making an army to do it, I don't know. And Lokir could definitely beat the generic Lord and the Rune Lord. I don't know. Maybe remind me and we can do some testing after this, but that's only dependent if we have downtime because I do just want to watch their battles, you know. Not waste your all's time with unit testing, but I would be curious to see if Lokir can beat any of the Dwarf Lords in melee combat. Not on as a dragon, of course. Yeah, the AP ranged really hurts the poor dwarfs. But here we go, round 2, MP Alpine Ridge. Romulan Dog, I think Ogres, we'll have to see once the meta gets going with multiplayer, but I feel like Ogres are going to be among the strongest in the game. Yeah, I think they will. I think so. Siege and Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah, I think those are going to be the two strongest. We'll see. Especially in domination mode, mainly. That's where I think they'll be strong. Land battles, we will see. I still think they'll be strong, but maybe not as. Alright, let's get started with our red player who has a nice little bit of a lead here in the balance of power with the Lizardmen. Now we're starting with his infantry. We have red-crested skinks. Looks like 5 of them. And then 1, 2, 3 units of skink cohort. Oh, absolutely. The modes make a big difference there in terms of what a top faction will be. Got ourselves a skink heavy army. And then we're also going to have chameleon stalkers. Looks like 2 of them that I saw, but a total of 4. Other than this, we are going to have a leadership squad that consists of tic-tac-toe and a skink priest of heaven. Skink priest is going to have wind blast and harmonic convergence. Tic-tac-toe is going to have deadly onslaught as well as his rock drop and master the skies. On the other side, we will see 2 feral cold ones, a unit of Ripper Dactyr riders, and then we're going to have 3 Pterodon riders, including the Hawk Sentinel Regiment of Renown. For the Dark Elves, we have a unit of Harpies out here, vanguarded, and it is the Crows of Cain Regiment of Renown. We're going to have 3 Dread Spears, 4 Bleak Swords, make that 5 Bleak Swords, 2 Dark Shards, 2 Reaper Bolt Throwers. We're going to have 2 Cold One Dread Knights and a Dark Rider in the center rear. Up in the air, we do have Marathi on top of her Pegasus, Dark Pegasus, I should say. She will have the Wand of Caridon for that Bound Doom Bolt, and then she will have Soul Stealer, Heartrender in the Dark Sword, Enchanting Beauty, Greater Arcane Conduit, and Life Leeching. Alright, Crows of Cain coming in, feeling confident in this engagement. Ooh, explosions coming in from Chameleon Stalkers. It's going to be a sacrifice of the Pterodon Riders, but they're getting some damage done. But the Crows of Cain do have that regeneration when they're in combat, so they're doing quite a lot of work. And it looks like that's going to be a bad trade for the Lizardmen, no doubt about it, losing one of their flyers already. So Dark Elves drawing first blood, make that maybe not true because these Bleak Swords are already routing, and I missed it. But over here, Cold One Dread Knights getting into the fight, smashing through the red-crested skinks and now going into the back lines. But maybe they overextended themselves, I just don't know, but it does look like they're going to successfully rout the red-crested skinks. Meanwhile, feral Cold Ones coming in for a nice unopposed rear charge into the Cold One Knights, and the Cold One Dread Knights, I mean, and they are doing a lot of work. So those Cold One Dread Knights going to be able to win as soon as they turn around and start fighting back, but that's some pretty painful damage to go down on top of such an elite unit. Nice wind blast going through some of the Dark Elf infantry, dishing out some nice damage. Coming up to a higher level view, we can see the Crows of Cain continuing to just run amok, eating another unit of Pterodon Riders now who are trying to shut down the Reaper Bolt Thrower, and it looks like the Lizardman Rush is slowly but surely coming out on top. You can see the balance of power going towards their side quite significantly, and ODM Pantalinade's Dark Elf defense here looks like it's faltering. Tic-tac-toe getting smashed. Not going to be a good for the Lizardmen here. And suddenly the Dark Elves drawing blood again. But the balance of power continuing to go... Well, never mind, I lied. The balance of power continued to go in the Dark Elves' favor. I think I said everything backwards just a moment earlier. So forgive me. I get turned around sometimes. I'm old! Over here, Ripperdactyl Riders up in the air, chasing down the Crows of Cain. I'd like to see them chasing down Marathi a bit more, but we will see what they decide to do here. Alright, Lizardmen trying to pull together some kind of backline attack together, and you see that they are diving in on top of the Dread Knights right now. There are some Dread Spears coming up behind them though, and it looks like they kind of got tied up on them as well. Dread Knight's not taking the most damage, and I think the other unit is close enough now to support them. So this looks to me like it's going to be end of the road for the Lizardmen, and we're going to be going to a round 3. So very well played to Pantalinade there. It's a tough build to go against the full Red Crest Skinks. Got 4 of them, the 4 Chameleon Stalkers, 5 Red Crested Skinks, I mean. So yeah, he had the max number of them. A decent number of flyers, and I mean, yeah, this build, you know, suffers against that typically, and it did suffer a lot. You can see like a lot of units just getting decimated and removed, but the Dread Knights and Marathi and the Harpist Cane doing a lot of good work there too. But gotta love those Reaper Bolt Throwers. Doesn't show them getting a lot of damage, but I feel like that pressure was key in forcing the Lizardmen to them, because you gotta have some kind of thing, some kind of initiative to put the onus on your opponent to close the distance and come to you. So we're very well played. Always happy to see matches go to a tie break, especially when it's a clan civil war between these 2 fine ODM clan reps. So let's see what happens in round 3. Tie break map is MP Peak Pass. Yeah, I was surprised there too, AC Maiden, as my casting probably made clear. That definitely didn't go the way I thought it was. Yeah, definitely need Tic Tac there. I forget, does he have any specific buffs for skink units, AC Maiden? Just for air units, okay. Well, that's still a problem considering he had 4 air units besides Tic Tac, the Ripperdactyl Riders, and the 3 Pterodon Riders, so It's kind of an important one there. And I think the other big thing then is it just meant Marathi didn't really need to worry about anything. Because Tic-Tac-Toe is really the only unit that could threaten her dominance of the air. Right, Beastmen, Bretonia, Wood Elves, Band Dwarfs. High Elves, Band Bretonia. Oh, I see what you're saying, AC Maiden. Yeah, because the skinks already have such bad leadership, losing the Lord makes them especially susceptible. So it's hard to keep a skink army together after their leader dies. Kind of like a goblin army or something. Alright, we got Wood Elves versus High Elves. I want to see some Ents versus some Dragons. I don't think it will go well for the Tree Men, but it will be cinematic. I don't want to see it. White Lions or War Lions charging into Great Stag Knights. Just want to see all the animal fights in this Elven matchup. Hawks versus Eagles. We have a very big map too in both of these factions. Not unfamiliar with the kite game, so perhaps we'll see a bit of that here, but typically you're going to see a missile duel between these two factions. Going to see the High Elves a little bit more range on some of their archers as a whole. Well, no, that's not necessarily true. I think they redid that. But anyway, in general, High Elves, cheaper, bigger numbers, but the Wood Elves have the super elite archers that can just delete units very quickly. You typically used to see a lot of High Elf heavy calf builds against the Wood Elves, but with the addition of Great Stag Knights and Zoats, you don't see that quite so much anymore. But enough of my speculation. Let's see what they actually bring here in just a moment. I know the Dragon or Tree Men are very small in this matchup. It would be purely for cinematics. Nobody would rightly bring those. Dragon would get shot to pieces by archers, and the Tree Man would get burned alive by either some fire archers or what are they called? Maidens of the Everqueen. Sisters of Averlorn, handmaidens of the Everqueen, or the Regiment of Renown. Okay, let's go to our red player. Or no, just kidding. We're back to our blue player. It's the tiebreak round. 612 against 633. Very close in terms of model count. So for the Wood Elves, we are going to have 5 units of Dryads, including the Wraiths of the Frozen Heart. We are then going to be looking at 3 Eternal Guard. Just making sure I didn't miss any of them. It looks, yeah, 3 Eternal Guard, 4 Deepwood Scouts. And then we're going to have 2 units of Zotes, these large turtle dragon ogres. Up in the air, we are going to be looking at a Glade Lord on top of his eagle. He is going to be bringing Heir of Kurnos, Prey of Anathrema. And I don't know why I said he. This is the girl variant. Then we're also going to have a Spellsinger of Life on top of a horse with Shield of Thorns and Earthblood. We've got some Glade Riders over on the far right flank. And that's going to be it. For the High Elves, we have Illyrian Reavers in force. Then we have Silver Helms with shields backing up, and Dragon Princes. Same combination on the left flank. And then we're going to have 4 Lothern Sea Guard with shields, and an Archmage of Death with the stock ability, Armor of the Stars, Arcane Conduit, Spirit Leech, and Aspect of the Dread Knight. This is a pretty dope build. Very heavy cap focused. We will see how they do. There's a great number of Zotes on the field, but there's even more high elf cap. That's 4 Silver Helms, 2 Dragon Princes, and 2 Illyrian Reavers. So this is very interesting. The shields on the Lothern Sea Guard give them that silver shield, so 55% missile block chance when they're getting hit from the front. So they do have some cool options here. Zote's getting Spirit Leech. There goes an Earthblood on top of them to counter it. Don't think the Spirit Leech is going to successfully kill any models with the Earthblood countering, but we will see. Yeah, looks like they'll stay alive from there. High Elves have enough cavalry to where they could surround and kill the Zotes, I think. Armor of the Star is going down. She will become unspottable. Lothern Sea Guard getting focused, but as you can see, the 40 armor, the silver shields, they're pretty sturdy, and the Wood Elves, I don't think getting the better trades in these engagements so far, but we will see. It's still early on in the fight, and they have actually almost eliminated one of these guys completely, but now they're going to be getting shot while they're all blobbed up. In return, another Spirit Leech going down over here. Dragon Princes getting a bit out of position. They're going to turn around, and it looks like they were just baiting some fire onto themselves to maybe distract them from the Lothern Sea Guard there. So right now both players playing this very close to their chest, very conservative with their units, and we'll see what happens. But now, as you can see, High Elves having some revenge. They got some range now. They are pouring in those arrows, and we have 2 of the Eternal Guard already losing quite a lot of health. These guys do not have shields like the Lothern Sea Guard do, so they're quite susceptible to that missile damage. Over here, you can see these guys still getting focused down, but the other 3 Lothern Sea Guards still full health. And so these guys also still have 48 models, so they've taken a lot of damage, but they're going to start losing models soon here, but we still have over 40 models firing away. Dragon Prince is going in for a hit. Zote's going in for a counter charge, though. Meanwhile, over here, we're going to be seeing the Dragon Princes getting a Prey of Anathrema on top of them. I don't like that he led with the Dragon Princes. I really would have liked to have seen him lead with some other cav units, but here comes the Silver Helms, and everybody else These guys hitting some braced spearmen, though. Don't like to see that. Archers pouring in firepower, and you can see the leadership is just tanked under the missile pressure and the rear charges that came in from these Silver Helms. So right now, High Elves, I think, in a position to maybe pull themselves into this. We will see some Dragon Princes diving into the Glade Riders who are trying to be sneaky and get into the Lothern Sea Guard. And it looks like they succeeded. Over here, though, Archmage of Death going into combat on the ground for some reason. And I don't think she's going to be able to get out of there. And that's huge. The Wood Elves struggling on the front line a bit, but now getting the Lord Snipe. And a lot of the High Elf heavy cavalry is just stuck in these engagements for no real good reason, I have to say. Silver Helms coming in once again looking to get some rear charges, and I think they may be able to, but looks like the Wood Elf Lord has been removed from the equation. Lothern Sea Guard still just getting a ton of damage done here. High Elves removing their cavalry from their engagements, but without any leadership support, this is going to be not looking the best. I'm very confused as to what happened, so I apologize for missing it. Zotes have taken a lot of damage, but still at 12 models apiece, so all they need is an Earthblood, and they'll be right as rain. And then the High Elves are completely screwed from there. So, time to see what they do. It looks like they're going in for one final try, one final charge with all of their cavalry. Diving into the Zotes and the Dryads, trying to keep them away from the Lothern Sea Guard. So the Lothern Sea Guard just keep firing. Earthblood going down on top of the Zotes, though. These ones losing a model. Deepwood Scouts, though, in position now to be counter-firing. But, oh, look at this. Silver Helms and Illyrian Reavers. Oh, no, both Silver Helms getting into Deepwood Scouts in the backline. And the Wood Elves have nothing to protect them. Over here, you can see the Zotes beginning to waver a bit. These Lothern Sea Guard, too, keep in mind, they're not complete chumps when it comes to melee combat. Over here, Spellsinger of Life leading the charge and going to be routed. Over here, Silver Helms, the remaining Dragon Princes, turning to get another rear charge. And, oh, they're charging in from the other side, too. Oh, that is insanity. Look at all of those Wood Elf units stuck in that sandwich of Dragon Princes. You do not want to be stuck between those units. And that is going to successfully rout both of the Zotes and all of the Wood Elf infantry. That's... wow. Ooh. Wow, that was pretty vicious play there from the High Elves here, led by Carl Harmon. Over here, Glade Lord getting shot up by the Lothern Sea Guard, but they are almost out of ammunition. And as you can see, it just looks like the High Elves are saying they have bigger fish to fry. Glade Lord can do whatever she wants. We're going to go chase off and kill the rest of your army, make sure it doesn't come back to this fight. And I think the High Elves just did it. I think with that cavalry play there in the late game, they came back with that huge surround on top of the Zotes. That was crazy. That was a very pretty game from both players, but we'll see. And it isn't over yet, I guess. But no, it's over. Glade Lord getting up in the air, just barely. Oh, Spellsinger's still alive. So, got that Earthblood option. But the leadership for the Wood Elves is just so fragile right now. And there's nothing they can do to, like, regroup at this point, because the High Elves just have all the cav in the world running around the field right now, preventing them from regrouping. I think it's just the Spellsinger and the Glade Lord giving this balance of power so much to him at the moment. Alright, Spellsinger and the Glade Lord, or sorry, not the Spellsinger, the Glade Lord and the Waystalker, both in combat now. Earthblood going down, but the Cav is staying on top of her. And that's going to be a GG. ODM Pantalinade going to come up wanting in the tiebreaker here, but a beautiful match to both players. With the Glade Lord going down, there's just no way that the Waystalkers, and even if it was just the Lothran Seaguard, I don't think they could take down the Lothran Seaguard at this point. Yeah, it was a very good game. That was
a great turnaround there by the High Elves. Just keeping his eye on the prize.
It was a bummer, you know. Don't want to lose your sole leader of your army at that point in the game, but he didn't lose faith. He knew what his win conditions were, and if he could, you know, sight like those Lothran Seaguard used every single arrow they had because of how he managed his cavalry. Cavalry just constantly putting down so much pressure and damage just across the Wood Elf line. And that final envelopment was just so beautiful. All of the cavalry coming in from every angle and just surrounding and smashing the Zotes to get the rout there at the end. That was just a beautiful play, and the balance of power was really against him, so make no mistake, that was literally do or die, and he did. So congrats to ODM Carl Harmon for a very nice victory. All the Lothran Seaguard paying like twice for themselves. This one paying 3 times for himself. Well, I guess not quite 3 times since they cost $750 a pop, but you know what I mean. A little bit of an exaggeration, but still at least paying twice their value. Just very, very well played to this cab-focused build. This is a very finesse styled build, so hard to manage. And same for this build too, to an extent. So both of these guys, great work. Always a pleasure seeing the ODM clan duke it out. Alrighty, let's go take a look at the brackets. So, display capture. As y'all can see now, I think, yeah. We have Ice Power, Charix, Grombrindle and Ebenstar, Reitzel, and Moffat, Carl Harmon, and Pantalinade, which just finished. So let's go find another match to watch, and then I'm going to take a quick break once we get in that lobby. Ice Power, Charix. We just watched Carl Harmon and Pantalinade. Let's go see if anybody's... Oh no, Energized is in the lobby just by himself right now, so... By the way, Desperado, Ebert, welcome to the stream. I just realized I hadn't seen your names pop up yet. So welcome, welcome. Glad you enjoyed the battle. All right, Reitzel, Moffat. Where's that one? Sorry for the downtime, everyone. Just trying to find the next lobby to get into. Hey, Pantlinade, great games, man. I know, that's what I'm trying to find. I just asked them to... Yeah, okay, cool. They just sent me an invite. There we go. I do want to see that. I need a spectator slot. Dude, that final game was very entertaining. Everybody thought you had that in the bag. It was so back and forth, though. Alright guys, so factions haven't been picked yet. We got here right in time to start this best of 3 between Odium Razel and Moffat. So best of luck to both players, and I will be right back as I take a quick bathroom break and grab some fresh air. Stay right there. Don't touch that dial now. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Loading into the map now, which is Castle Drakenhof. We have ODM Razel bringing the Dark Elves against Moffat and the Vampire Counts. Come on, connection, won't you work for these two players? We wanna watch some Warhammer battles. Yeah, I see we got some Razel fans in the house. His clanmate Pantalinade. Got any Moffat fans in the house? My name is Moffat. My apologies. Oh, players, I'm happy you approved Desperado. Okay, we're here. Hopefully that was just taking a while to connect and things smooth out once we're here. Well, this doesn't bode well. Hey. Still a bit choppy, but let's see how it goes from here. Does seem we had 5 Dread Spears, unless I miscounted. Indeed, it is 5. We will be looking at 2 Dark Riders with shields. Got 3 Dark Riders with repeater crossbows, Slaanesha's Harvesters, and some Cold One Knights for that anti-large armor-piercing cavalry. We then have a Scourgerunner Chariot. And leading this army, we will have a couple of K-Knight Assassins, who will both be bringing Web of Shadows, and then up in the air, Marathi on our Pegasus with the Wand of Caridon, Soul Stealer, Enchanting Beauty, and Heartrender in the Dark Sword with the Greater Arcane Conduit. No Manticores up there with her, so she will be by her lonesome. Now for the vampires in red, led by Moffat, we're going to have 4 units of zombies in a column formation. We got some Vargeist, 2, 3, 4 of them in the air. A Blood Dragon Vampire Lord going to be up in the air. He's going to have his Storm ability. Heart Piercing. He's going to have Helm of Discord, Sword of Antiheroes, Raise Dead, and Hell's Dance Macabre, Invocation from Nehek. That's going to be it. We do have some Necromancers on the ground. One with Gaze to Gash, as we saw just get cast right into the Scourgerunner Chariots. We have a White King with Scab Scrath. He's going to be on foot. We have some Graveguard, one with great weapons, Skeleton Warriors on either side of him. And that's going to round out this Dark Elf army. minus the Chillgeist, Regiment of Renowned Hex Wraiths, who are vanguarded and hidden up here in the woods, ready to come out and scythe some people. Alright, Dark Elf Cav is pushing forward. Continuing to target the Scourger Chariots. I honestly don't know why they're not targeting Marathi. I know she can heal herself, but she would take a ton of damage from a Gaze of Nagash. And I do think they can't underestimate how useful that spell is going to be in pressuring the Dark Elves. So don't want to lose that Necromancer anytime soon. But right now it doesn't look like the Dark Elves have the tools to snipe the Necromancer down. They're just having a hard time getting close enough. The Vampires having a pretty good time screening them out. Over here, Vargeist charging in, doing some damage on top of Slaanesha's Harvesters. And some Dark Riders by the looks of it. And Vampires are going to be pushing forward. Let's go ahead and turn off this foliage just so we can see a bit clearer. Here comes another Gaze of Nagash. Once again going after the Scourger and her Chariots, but they still have full model count. Yeah, that's just going to be my critique there, is I think if you're on the ground here shooting Gaze of Nagash, if you can shoot at the air target, you're going to have a better time 9 times out of 10, because so many of those projectiles just hit the dirt and end up doing nothing for you. Nice dodging here by the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Over here, see the Coldal Knights perhaps getting a bit greedy, going in for a charge on top of Skeleton Warriors. Dark Riders coming in. The Dread Spears are coming in to support, though, and now the Vargeist, it's their turn to get greedy. It might have been a bait here from the Dark Elves. Will it be worth it? You can see they do get the surround on the Vargeist, but Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is on his way in, and he can turn this whole thing around with a big terror route, and I think that's what we're probably going to be seeing here. Over here, Helm of Discord getting popped down, and he doesn't even have to get in combat. Those Dark Riders just not up to snuff against the Vargeist. Over here, oh, a huge hit on top of that K-Knight Assassin. K-Knight Assassin just, oh my god, that second hit, disgusting. And the third hit, a triple hit kill. Heart piercing on top of this guy means his weapon strength 892. He was just decimated, that K-Knight Assassin. A huge pickup from the Vampire Counts. Right now, Vampire Counts looking like they're in a really good position so long as they can get this Blood Dragon Vampire Lord out of harm's way. I think they're going to be right as rain. You can see here Doombolt going to be going down on top of him from Marathi. Ooh, over here, Word of Pain and Soul Stealer both going down on top of the Chillgeist, and the Slaanesha's Harvesters countercharging them, and they do invocation, or they do magic damage. But oh, Terror kicking in on top of the Slaanesha's Harvesters, so they're not going to be able to win that engagement. Invocation to Heck going down to counter the pain the damage they took, and Vampires and the Dark Elves dead even in the balance of power at this point. Chillgeist continuing to chase down Slaanesha's Harvesters. Marathi now coming into play, but she thought better of it. Looks like some Vargeist coming up to attack her in the air. Oh, nope, just kidding. They were not even attacking her. Soul Stealer coming down here, hitting a couple key units. The White King and the Necromancer, as well as the Graveguard with great weapons. Over here, though, the Dark Elves are starting to look resurgent. Their Repeater Crossbow is still alive and well. Scourger and her Chariot still alive, and Marathi is still alive. If the Vampires can kill this K-Knight Assassin, that will be a huge pickup. Cannot underestimate how much of a win that would be, just eliminating the other Dark Elf hero. He's tattered, but he still will be able to throw down those webs of shadow, or is it? It's a one-time use, never mind. So he already probably used it, but still be getting that missile attack off. And you do not want 800 poison damage coming in, just poking your Lord and heroes from the side periodically. Right now, You see that the Graveguard of Great Weapons getting smashed by some Scourge-Runner chariots, but it looks like the vampires are going to make the effort to come kill the Knight Assassin before they turn their attention to the rest of the army. I agree with this. It's going to be a sacrifice, though, as, you know, he does have to give up going after some of the other units as a result of that decision. 31 HP on top of the Knight Assassin. I think he isn't coming back. Invocation from the Heck going down on top of the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Heart Piercing going down, though. And that debuffs his armor, but increases his weapon strength quite a lot, and Marathi's going to be running away. Ooh, going down on top of the Scourge Runner chariots, eliminating a model on the charge. And, wow, that was some serious damage. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord bringing the battle balance of power back into the Vampire Count's favor with that charge. Necromancer crumbling, going to be eliminated, though. And it's just the White King, the Grave Guard, what's left of the Chillgeist, and the Vampire Lord. So this is an interesting fight, very close fight between these two solid players. Over here, one of the Chillgeist was stuck in combat that entire time, even though the rest of them were over here. See the Chillgeist coming over here to help the White King. And, oh, Marathi going to get slowed down, and a huge charge from the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. The White King getting a big hit in there, too. She throws down Soul Stealer to get the heals, and it looks like she's going to be able to escape. But, man, that was some serious damage there from the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. He does so much damage on the charge. Chillgeist crumbling. If there's any invocation from the Heck, that would be a lifesaver for them. Over here, Blood Dragon Vampire Lord just needs to dive in and terror out these guys before they kill the White King. This is... Looks like he's thinking about going after the Scourge Runner chariot so it can't be firing. Which I agree, but oh man, I think he could have saved the White King. Not sure. Oh, he whiffed it. Dragon's having a tough time. Gonna get the terror out, but I'm not sure at what cost. But at this point, the balance of power is really not carrying, but I just think the balance of power is wrong. Over here, you know, as soon as the Dark Elves, if they can come over here and eliminate these two Skeleton Warriors, then boom, GG. Vampire Lord has to land, and right now he needs to start booking it to the other side of the map, because you can see the Dark Elves are very aware of what the Achilles heel of this vampire army is at the moment, which is if you can kill these isolated infantry units before he can get in combat, he's going to start taking serious penalties and will eventually just lose because you need to have units on the ground. Here it comes. Charge from the Dark Riders into the rear. These Dread Spears admirably holding on for such a long time. And now we will see what the Vampire Lord does. Looks like he's just going to probably be diving in for the Dread Spears that are closest to him, trying to get a terror route. The Vampires still have a strong chance at winning this, no doubt about it. Some ammunition on top of one of the repeater crossbows. There goes the message. Here comes the first breath attack. That's going to delete one of the Dread Spears. He's doing a summon. And that's going to fulfill the attacking rule and prevent him from needing to land if he doesn't want to. It looks like he's going to... Ooh! Nice dodge by the Lord there. Dodging a huge volley of crossbow bolts and then awkwardly just landing but not landing there. Over here, going to be seeing Sword of Anti-Heroes get popped along with a Soul Stealer, though. Or no, just kidding. That isn't a Soul Stealer. It's just the Sword of Anti-Heroes. And Heart Piercing. Marathi coming in for a rear charge. Can the Vampire Lord... Oh, God. As I was asking the question, he said, you were asking? What were you wondering? Could I do this? Oh, Marathi getting smashed. A rear charge. Army losses. Boom. Moffat gonna take game one in a very close fight. Very, very close fight. Some very good Lord Micro on top of this Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. 4,100 damage value. Just a one-man wrecking ball. I really like the Vargeist play a lot too. Hexwraith's doing some good work. Infantry doing its job, you know. But yeah, my main critique was just I think the Gazeism to Gash would have been better on top of Marathi rather than the Scorchrunner Chariots. Because as we saw, none of the Scorchrunner Chariots models were killed until Malekith got involved. Or sorry, until the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord got involved. I think Marathi could have been dealt with a lot earlier and more effectively with some focus on her. But she got 3,100 value doing good work. One of the assassins doing some good work, but this one just got deleted. A 3-hit kill from the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord just absolutely deleted this poor assassin. And yeah, other than that, repeater crossbows kind of the MVPs there with the Neshi Harvesters. So a great first game. Let's update the scoreboard. Throw up the army blocker. Very, very good game to both players. Alright, MP Hera Ridge, Beastman, Wood Elves are the faction picks for Moffat. ODM Razel's turn to counter pick. One second, be right back. And we're back, just in the nick of time by the looks of it, as we load into round 2 of their best of 3. Alright, and if it's anything like last time, it will take a while to load in, but then the game ran pretty smoothly from there, so. And here we are, starting with our red player, Moffat, on match point, leading the Beastmen into battle here. For the infantry, we're going to have a couple of Ungor Spearmen herd, a couple of Ungor herd, and it looks like that's going to be it. We then have some Warhounds with poison, healthy number of Centigors, and exactly what kind of Centigors we see right here. 4 regular Centigors, 2 Centigors with throwing axes. We got 2 Warhounds with poison, a single unit of Tuskor chariots, and then we're going to be seeing a hero squad that consists of a Beret Shaman with Wild, the Lore of Wild, with Beret Scream and Traderkin. We got a Gore Bull and Torox. And that's going to round out this Beastman army. Now, coming over here to the forces of Chaos, we are going to be seeing Chaos Marauders. 1, 2, and 3 of them. We have some Mirror Guard, Chaos Warriors with Halberds, and a single unit of Forsaken. We're also going to be looking here at 2 Chaos Spawn, backed up by 3 Marauder Horsemasters. Up in the air, we do have 2 Exalted Heroes, each on a Manticore, bringing nothing but their Manticore with them. And then last but never least, we do have the ever-chosen Archaon. He is going to be bringing the Slayer of Kings, Foe Seeker, the Burning Head, along with Cascading Firecloak and Kindle Flame. Yeah, tell the semis to hold on, and I'll probably have the 3rd place match send me a replay, to be honest. Unless they have to get somewhere, then tell them they don't need to. Ice Power, and thank you for asking. Chaos coming out to play. They just want to get up close and personal. I think Chaos is getting a bit spaced out, though. They need to regroup right now. They are getting completely surrounded by the Beastmen. And kind of taking their bait. And oh no, Chaos Bond getting charged by the Minotaurs. Looks like they turned around right in time, though. Alright, Centaur's coming in for a charge on top of the Forsaken, who are going to counter charge. The Forsaken have good weapon strength and good armor, but they are getting surrounded now, and the poison's going to kick in. And now they are completely surrounded. I think the Forsaken are going down for the count right here. They've done some good damage to the Centaurs, and the Exalted Heroes are coming in to support. But will it be too little too late? Not quite sure. It looks like they're wavering. But the Forsaken are going to hang in there. Terror Route kicking in. And now some Marauder Horsemen, or Horsemasters, coming out to support as well. And suddenly the tables have turned. Over here we see some Chaos Marauders. Now Chaos's turn to turn away and run from the Beastmen engagement, as they feel they have an advantage over here in a periphery fight. And it does look like at the end of the day they're going to get the better trade. In spite of that serious damage that went down on top of the Forsaken, they were able to dish out some decent damage on top of 4 of the Beastmen units. So very well played to both of the players there, but Chaos coming in and making sure it wasn't a complete loss for their forces. Beastmen retreating back to the forest, where they feel most at home. Over here, though, looks like the Chaos Forces trying to outrun some Centaurs now who did get caught, who did catch some of these Marauder Horsemasters. Poison Warhounds getting in there, too. That's going to make them even slower, and that's a painful loss there for the Forces of the Chaos. They're going to be able to dish out a little bit of damage in return, but right now this is looking like it's going to be Beastmen's game to lose. I just feel like they have the mobility advantage here in spades. Also, Marauder Horsemaster getting eliminated here, and a Chaos Spawn getting eliminated, so that's not going to be good. And as we can see, there's also some Marauders out here, really overextended from the rest of the Chaos forces. I just feel like Chaos has kind of been caught on their heels here and having a hard time getting regrouped and getting effective offensive organized. Forsaken and Centaurs still fighting it out over here. Exalted Heroes coming over to save the day once again. Alright, Torrox the Brass Bull coming over to go after Archaon the Everchosen. Archaon looking like he might have got stuck over here. Where is he at? Oh, Burning Head coming through. That's going to destroy some Ungor, also some Chaos Marauders. Slayer of Kings is active on top of Archaon, so he has 870 weapon strength, but right now he's just not getting any hits off. He's kind of getting smacked around by Torrox the Brass Bull right now. Exalted Hero coming in to fight, though. We'll see if they can kind of turn the tide of this battle in favor, but Archaon for now is just trying to run the hell away. Over here, going to be seeing some of the Chaos Forces on the flanks getting surrounded and eliminated. Slowly but surely, Exalted Heroes are in combat here. Looks like they might be going after the Bray Shaman. Cascading Fire Cloak going down on top of Archaon the Everchosen, but he's now getting double teamed, and his halberds look like they're about to rout, and he's just trying to get out of here. Having a tough time doing it in the forest. And a huge thing that's going to put the Beastmen at an advantage here in the forest is that all of their units can run through trees. As you can see, that's one of their mechanics, because they're the Beastmen, they're so at home in the forest. The way that translates to the game is they can run through trees, whereas all these Chaos Forces keep on getting hung up on the tree models. And that's going to be a GG. Moffat getting a clean 2-0 victory. ODM Razel putting up some very good fights there, but I'm going to go down. And Ice Power, you're up in the semi already, I see. Well, congrats to you. Congrats to Moffat for moving forward to the next part of the bracket here with a very clean Beastman versus Chaos win there. I think he was just kind of setting the pace from in the battle there from beginning to end. So, not much to say. All right, Even Star and Ice Power, let's do it. Yeah, Aaron Foxy. Marauders lost to the Horsemen. The Marauder Horsemen lost. And, I mean, they were Horse Masters, too. Those were a linchpin to that army working. And I just think Chaos got really split up. Kind of, chasing a bunch of different rabbits into the brush. And then those rabbits came back with buddies and ate them up. First semifinal of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, gonna go take a push-up break so I can get the blood flowing. I encourage you all to do something physical too. Do a couple jumping jacks. I don't care, just do something. Walk outside and let the sun touch your skin. But do something. And then come right back because we're gonna be watching the first semifinal of the HW League Season 9 playoffs, and it's gonna be a good one. It's XMT Ice Power Total War against Evenstar. Two of the greats. And you won't want to miss it. Be right back. Oh yeah, I forgot the sun is already down for most of y'all. Well, it's not down here. It is a sunny day, almost noon. Gonna be lunchtime soon. My daughter's trying to break down the door. Alrighty, so Beastmen versus Vampire Coast. Haven't seen Coast today. One of my favorite factions, so looking forward to seeing this. Typically see throwing axes versus crabs, so we'll see if that holds true here or not. But Ungor Raiders throwing axes going to be a key part of the recipe to defeat the Vampire Coast as the Beastmen, in my opinion. Anticipate we're going to be seeing some bombers of some type and perhaps some handguns from the coast, maybe some flyers as well. Luther Harkin, not a bad pick into this matchup. I know, AC Maiden, I'm about to tell them. All right, and here we go. Round one of their semifinal. Nevermore. Time is just suggested, much like speed in Warhammer. All right, let's get to it. Beastmen army up first. We're going to have Ungor Raiders, 1, 2, 3. We're going to then be looking at 5 Ungor Herd. Got Centigors. Looks like we're going to have 2 throwing axes, 2 regular Centigor, or no, 2 throwing axes and 2 regular Centigors. Got 2 Chaos Spawn down here. Moo Moo. And we're going to have the Feral Manticore combo up in the air. Bray Shaman of Death. Bray Shaman of Wild. We got Traderkin and Spirit Leech, along with Aspect of the Dread Knight. And then we have Morgor the Shadow Gave with his Chaos Spawn summons. Now, going over here to the Vampire Coast. Going to be looking at an army that has a lot of crab. We're going to have 1, 2, 3 units of a Zombie Pirate Deckhand Mob. 2 units of Bombers. Then we're going to have a couple of polearms. And for the meat of the army, we are going to be looking at Rotting Promethean Gunnery Mob. So armor-piercing shots on top of these bad boys. Going to have a couple of Gunnery Wights, each with Scab Scrath and the more powder. And then we have Count Noctilus on top of his Necrofex Colossus with Captain Roth's Moondial, Wraith Storm, Invocation from the Heck, and the Drowned Dead, along with that Arcane Conduit, of course. So that's going to round out the Vampire Coast army. Very tightly packed formation. Going to be outnumbered by the Beastmen by a bit, but we will see if their firepower can outlast the incoming missiles from the Beastmen. But fortunately for the Coast, it's not like it was 4 throwing axes and 5 raiders or anything, so I think they do stand a decent chance here. And we'll see how these Rotting Promethean Gunnery Mob do. They do have that armor-piercing ammunition. They're basically like the what is that? The Gunnery Mob that nobody brings with like the short hand cannons. I can't remember if they're called hand cannons or not, but they're the ones on their back. Is he just like false firing there? Because I'm not seeing cannonballs coming out. There we go. Only knocking off the head of one of those Centaurs. So far, Noctilus not having the best luck with this targeting. I would probably switch up to the Chaos Spawn, to be honest. Oh, wow. That was a decent hit. Killing off about 7 models. Ungor Raiders are in position now. I think Count Noctilus is going to get that memo real quick and start pulling back. Alright, zombie summon coming in. I will slow down all those foot heroes for sure. Oh god, Traderkin upgraded. There's no limit to how many units it hits, so anything in this mob is... That's disgusting. That was so much damage value already. Yeah, shotgun crabs. That was a very, 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 very fat one. Here comes a fat Wraith Storm, though. It's like no matter who it hits, it's hitting Beastmen. Overcast Invocation to Heck hitting some of those key vampire units. The bombs are going to be in range pretty soon here, and we'll see what happens. Oh man, beautiful sight seeing the pirate bombs going off. More summons coming in the back line. Bombers doing their job. As you can see, they're already routing a lot of the Ungor Raiders. Over here, looks like we're going to be seeing some kind of summon. Chaos Spawn summon coming in the rear. And the Beastmen are now coming in full tilt. Both the Manticores look like they're going to be charging in after Count Noctilus. He has some Deckhan mob coming in to support him, but this isn't looking too good for the Vampire Coast at the moment. I think Even Stars on the defensive here. Centaurs coming in from the rear, throwing axes, doing a button hook formation around, button hook maneuver around to the rear as well. Count Noctilus is running out of places to breathe. He's in the final pocket now, but it looks to me like this is going to be a Beastman victory here unless something drastic happens. Another Wraith Storm coming in, going to be doing some damage. But Beastman momentum now is pretty much unstoppable. I was thinking that too, Aaron Foxy. Thank you for pointing that out, because that is absolutely why the Vampire Coast is down here, to get that water bonus. Well, you know, because they have the aquatic units. But the low ground here with the archers firing in from around them, I don't know if that was worth it. I like the idea, though. I like the thinking of using the aquatic bonus to your advantage. Coast routing off one of the shamans and one of the manticores. They're getting some work in. Count Noctilus still in this, but he's losing health, and now their Centaur's getting on top of him. look at this. Morgor the Shadow Gave and smashed down by the White Kings. Or the Gunnery Whites. Cannonballs to the face of the Bray Shaman. But now Count Noctilus looks like he's on his last leg. Morgor going down 2, but I just don't think the loss of Morgor is going to be quite as serious as the loss of Noctilus for the Coast Army. Yeah, the bombers probably didn't pay for themselves. Well, one of them did, $6.99 there, good value. This one doing some decent value. If they're against Gore Herd, they get their value a lot easier, but on Gore Herd, just so cheap, it's kind of hard to get the damage output there necessary to justify their cost. But I still like the pick of them against any lightly armored faction. These guys, I just don't think really worked out the best against the Beastmen, because it's like no matter what the Beastmen bring, I just don't see them being the most effective. They're very expensive. 2 at max, I would say, and you also run the risk of a Minotaur rush or something with Gore, Bull, and Torox, and then I think your crabs just get knocked out even harder than they would otherwise. White King's really doing good work there, winning the hero duel against Morgor, but just not quickly enough for it to make a difference. And look at that, almost 2,000 value. I'm imagining pretty much all from that initial Traderkin, which was absolutely beautiful chef's kiss. Yeah, not much to say there. Just really tightly formed Vampire Coast Army, not able to hold out against the very aggressive wide Beastmen build. And not as much as I like the idea of fighting in the water to benefit your army, I don't know how I feel about taking low ground in order to do that. Or at least take the low ground a little further away from, like, you know, where the slope begins. But on that note, let's go in here, see what the factions are going to be for round 2.
I mean, they're not in nearly as bad a place as Norska, but yeah, Coast isn't close to the top at all anymore.
Words to Chaos? I disagree there. I think Warriors of Chaos are still a fine faction in this game. They're mid-tier for sure. Maybe lower mid-tier, but not bottom. Next game, we will see. I guess I'm just going to have to make Demons of Chaos illegal. Or, like, banned for multiplayer, because all they are is all 4 of the Chaos God factions combined. So that seems like it'd be kind of an unfair faction to have, like, I have everything. I'm curious to see how it's implemented when the Mortal Empires campaign comes out. Yeah, it's good. I'm enjoying it so far. Alright, Vampire Counts and Greenskins are the picks from Evenstar. We'll see what Ice Power counters with. Wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a dark elf pick here. Dwarfs as the counter pick. I didn't even think of them, but that's actually a good counter pick too. And I think vampire counts would be what Evenstars going to go with, but greenskins and vampire counts, I'd say greenskins are maybe pretty even in terms of that matchup between the two factions. Vampire counts might have a slightly better matchup. I don't know why I updated that scoreboard wrong. Thank you for pointing that out. Brain fart. Ebert pick ban is so in the tournament bracket, the top player on the bracket picks first, and they pick two factions. So, for instance, in this one, he picked vampire counts and greenskins are the two factions he picked. Then the opponent counter picks with a faction. So, in this case, it was dwarfs. Then the first player comes back and picks from their two initial factions. And so he just confirmed vampire counts. So call it the pick 2 ban 0 system. And so first battle, one player goes first. Second battle, the other player goes first. And then if it goes to a tiebreaker, the winner of round 2, whoever that may have been, picks 3 faction and bans 1 faction. The opponent bans one of those 3 factions and then picks their faction, and the initial person then picks from the 2 remaining factions. So the tiebreaker is a bit more complex, but yeah, initially it's just first player picks 2 factions, second player picks a faction, first player picks from the 2 factions. And Noxum, thank you again for pointing out the error in the score. Anytime, Ebert. Always happy to answer questions. All right, Even Star readied up. Just waiting on Ice Power. We'll be into it shortly. Verk Nectar. Well, let me check the bracket with y'all really quick before I answer that question. Also, I don't have any favorites to win it. If I were to predict, it's a tough one, man. I'd say the outcome of this one's going to, yeah, I can't really predict this. Moffat's been on fire today from what we saw in that battle. Odium Kal Haman. Yeah, any of these people can win it. Ice Power and Even Star. I think Ice Power is one of my seasons before. I have to go check the Hall of Fame to make sure. I know Even Star has come in second a couple of times. Noxum, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, friend. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm not going to say. I'm going to plead the fifth on that, on who I think is going to win. So let's go ahead, remove the army blocker, and get to round 2. It is currently match point for XMT Ice Power. We're going to start with our red player leading the vampire count, Even Star. He's going to have 3 Vargeist up in the air. We've got some Black Knights down here. And then we're going to have a healthy supply of 4 Graveguard with great weapons, ready to hack some little people to pieces. Got 2 Skeleton Warriors there. And then up front we got the 4 zombies. 2 White Kings, both going to be on foot and bringing Scabscrath. And then we have a Lamian Vampire Lord up in the air, looking sexy as hell. Penumbral Pendulum, Invocation to Heckin, Raise Dead, going to be what she's bringing to the field of battle. And then we got that Swarm of Flies for the -5 melee attack in the AoE around her. Now going over to the Dwarf Army, we're going to be seeing Ice Power. We're bringing Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards with great weapons. 2 Longbeards with great weapons in the center, flanked by Warriors with great weapons. Got Iron Breakers on the flanks, 3 Slayers protecting the rear, and then we have 3 Miners with blasting charges in the center. Going to have 2 Master Engineers. Looks like they are going to be bringing more powder, and that's going to be it. And then we have Thoric Ironbrow riding his, I forget what they're called, his Rune Altar Pelican into battle. Got Rune of Slowness, Rune of Wrath and Ruin, Rune of Doom, and Locus of Power. So this is interesting. Map wide, 24 melee attack causes fear. Don't think I've seen somebody bring that many runes in a battle before, but very small dwarf army, ready to get down and dirty. Vampires opting for a wider deployment here, trying to pressure those flanks. But interestingly enough, it's not like there's really any missile units for the vampires to tie down. So, you know, this is just a full melee build from the dwarfs, with the exception of the Master Engineers, who are quite threatening to those single entities and Cav as they shoot in with their rifles. God bless you, Iron Breakers. You're so cool. Bargeist already diving into combat, getting on top of the Dwarf Warriors. And the Longbeards with great weapons, and they're doing some good damage already. Blasting charges coming in, Penumbral Pendulum going down. Not sure why it was thrown down after the Bargeist were on them and disrupted their formation. Penumbral Pendulum usually does the best when the infantry's in a tight formation. But that was some decent damage on the charge, and good trades, I think, say, for the Vampires. Alright, Ironbreaker's in position. In come the blasting charges. Getting the Graveguard with great weapons. They do have decent armor up at 90, but they're still going to take some serious damage here as the blasting charges come in. Over here, Rune of Doom going down. Everybody's causing fear. Everybody has that plus 28 melee attack. And the Ironbreakers are just laying down some hurt right now with these blasting charge volleys. Rune of Wrath and Ruin going down there too. Over here we have Slayers countercharging Black Knights. Black Knights are going to immediately turn around like, ah, shit! And just start running away. And then over here, Dwarf Warriors with the assistance of the Ironbreakers look like they're going to be able to defeat the Graveguard with great weapons. So right now, very close fight. Still anybody's game, far too early to tell, but the Dowie getting some good kills here with their combined arm tactics. One of the Ironbreakers over here on the Dowie right flank going down. Slayers still holding their own in the center lines here. Other Ironbreakers a bit hurt, but they're hanging in there, and it looks like the Graveguard with great weapons. One's been eliminated, two of them are very tattered, make that two have been eliminated. And there's one that's still decent health, but right now it's all about the Dowie eliminating some heroes here from the Vampire Count army. And they haven't been able to do that as of yet. Both of the White Kings have lost some health, though. And if they can get a good engagement, the Dowie could start bringing this balance of power into their favor. But for right now, it's going to be dead even. Over here, Smoke Bomb, or no, Rune of Slowness going down on top of the Lamian Vampire Lord. Both of the Master Engineers are just running away for dear life. But it looks like this could be a problem. Thoric Ironbrow running forward. Slayers coming to try and save him. And those Slayers are going to make a huge difference. You can see the Lamian Vampire Lord just having to get the hell out of there immediately. Invocation to Heck going down. There goes another Rune of Doom. Giving everybody that plus 24 melee attack and imbued fear. The White Kings, though, are having their way with the Master Engineers. Thoric Ironbrow coming in to support, though, and we will see if he can turn the tide. Ironbreaker is coming in to pin this one in place. And this White King now getting triple teamed. Oh, wow, that breath just devastated the remaining Slayers. All the Slayers were just piled in there. Nice blasting charges from the Ironbreakers going in. One of the White Kings looking like he may be getting eliminated here. Rune of Wrath and Ruin coming in. Doing some nice damage to the White Kings. Or, sorry, to the Graveguard with great weapons. One or two more good hits and this White King could be knocked out. Looks like he's running away, though. Will the Dowie be able to stop him? Carry me faster. It just sounds so... It's such a hilarious concept to me, the idea of him chasing somebody on this Pelican. Like, run faster. I must feel like such an asshole. Making the people carry you have to run faster. Alright, Thoric going right after the Lamian Vampire Lord. I don't think he's going to be able to keep her in place to kill her. Got to turn around and kill this White King that's still alive. But will it be enough? One of the Master Engineers getting routed at the moment. Ooh, nice volley of blasting charges onto the Vampire Lord. Black Knights coming in, though, getting a good charge. That should be enough to finish them off. Yeah, balance power not looking the best right now for ice power in the dwarfs. It looks like we may be going to a round 2 or a round 3 here, folks. But Thoric isn't out of this just yet. He still has his runes. Speaking of runes, there goes the Rune of Doom once again. Invocation from the Heck going down on top of the White King. But he's getting smashed pretty hard by Thoric. What is this? And that's going to be a GG. By the way, Verknectar, who's your favorite to win the tournament? Very good fight. Both players really dishing out a ton of damage to one another. I mean, the Ironbreakers did some good work. Didn't quite. This one paid for himself, but I don't know. I'm a big Hammer fan in this matchup. What can I say? But Even Star coming back, drawing blood. Suit yourself. Think Moffat has the highest chance, but you're rooting for Carl Harmon.
Fair. Yeah, Moffat's on fire. But I have to say, like, Ice Power and Even Star, like, whoever comes out of this, like, I'm inclined to, you know, give them an edge. They've both gotten to the playoffs and finals in so many tournaments. I mean, the same is true for Moffat and Carl Harmon, but we will see.
Alright, I will be back in just a moment. All right, tiebreaker is underway. MP Peak Mass, MP Peak Pass is the map, and we're getting into it right now. Starting with our blue player, we have Ice Power leading the Empire into battle. We're going to have 2 halberdiers. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spearmen with shields. We then have 3 swordsmen, including Sigmar's sons. Got 2 outriders up front, 2 war wagons. Gonna have a couple of Empire Knights on the wings, and then we will have a Amethyst Wizard on foot with Spirit Leech, a Light Wizard up in the air on a Pegasus with Shem's Burning Gaze, and Volkmar the Grim on his chariot with Grand Soulfire, Banishment, and the Jade Griffin. Now coming over here to the red player, bringing the Lizardman, we have Evenstar. Going to be looking at Skink Cohort on the wings, 4 Saurus Warriors in the center. Going to have 2 Feral Cold Ones behind them. Going to have a couple of Cold One Riders, couple of Chameleon Skinks, and then we are going to be seeing 2 Stegodons for that artillery power. And then, of course, wonderful cycle charge power once push comes to shove and they get into the infantry melee grind. We're going to have Oxyotl, very popular lord for the Lizardman here. He's going to be bringing the Golden Blowpipe. And for the magic, we do have a Skink Priest of Heavens, Uranus Thunderbolt, and Wind Blast. And thank you for reminding me to change the faction card. Knocks him with all the saves today. Both players just maneuvering now, getting in position for the skirmish fight. You can see the Light Wizard already taking some damage here. Looks like maybe from the Stegodons and some Chameleon Skink action. He's getting into range again. He's going to get another blow pipe volley to the face. And Bright Wizard not having a great time. Definitely wants to be running away from here so he can live to fight another day. Right now, Lizardman just using that advantage of the ranged power right now, staying in the forest and just lobbing shots over the hill. Stegodons don't have the most ammunition, though, so they won't be able to do this forever. And they also don't do the most damage. There's only 1 missile per, so unlike cannons and other things that are shooting 3 projectiles at a time, in spite of its good missile strength, it's only shooting 1 missile at a time. So we'll see what happens. Volkmar the Grim starting to get targeted now. But I think once the gap is closed, the Empire's in a very strong position here. We've seen a Shem's Burning Gaze going right into the Stegodon. Lizardmen are going to keep on firing. Empire playing this patiently so far. It's really only the Light Wizard that's been taking any damage. And once those war wagons get up here, as long as they can stay alive, they should be able to shoot down these dinosaurs. Wind Blast coming through. doing a ton of damage on top of these Empire swordsmen. Bringing them down about a third health. Shem's Burning Gaze going into the Stegodon once again. No healing in the Lizardman army, so the damage they take, they will keep. Oh wow. One of the war wagons getting destroyed by the Stegodon artillery. Outriders pushing in though, and now they are forcing that Stegodon back. Volkmar getting into the infantry engagements. Sigmar Sun's coming out to play too. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch him though. Shem's Burning Gaze once again. Big target, connecting pretty much every shot from that magic missile. Big banishment over here on some Saurus warriors. Looks like it had a very good connection, continuing to decimate that unit. Over here, Halberdiers pushing forward, Outriders shooting down Feral Cold Ones and Saurus warriors. Grand Soulfire coming in here, doing some nice damage from Volkmar. And the Empire's playing this pretty patiently. I would like to see these Empire Knights maybe come out, get a free charge on the Saurus warriors, but we will see. Shem's Burning Gaze is just non-stop going after that Stegodon, wearing its health down. Balance of power in favor of the Lizardmen at the moment, but I think the Empire still has all the tools they need to win this, as long as they play their cards right. Lizardmen trying to go aggressive, you can see on their left flank, the Empire right, but the Spearmen and the Empire Knights are there to react to the offensive, and it looks like they're turning the Lizardmen away on all flanks, to be completely honest. Shem's Burning Gaze is just continuing to go down after this Stegodon, and he's down below half health now. Curious to see the damage output on top of this Light Wizard after the battle's done. Nice intercept from the Spearmen. Cold One Riders also nice micro. They're turning around immediately to get out of there. Empire Knights look like they may be catching him though, hitting him in the rear. Man, he is just non-stop, just sending those in. Ooh, that one actually missed pretty much all the shots. So. Alright, state troops going after the lizard people. Volkmar running through, giving him a little bit of support, and then pushing on to the next clump of lizardman troops he wants to kill. Another wind blast coming in, that one doing some nice damage too, hitting all the halberd units. Balance of power going more towards the Empire now. We're going to see the Outriders and the war wagons focusing on the Stegodon, and it is losing its HP quite quickly. Empire Knights coming in for a beautiful downhill charge. Banishment going in and removing some of these Saurus warriors. They are rampaging. Looks like that wasn't the best cast, but still did some work. Shem's Burning Gaze now going down on the second Stegodon. And the Empire looks like they're getting into a good groove here. Spirit Leech going down on top of the Cold One Riders. And this minimalist spell loadout from the Empire is really paying dividends. Just so many Spirit Leeches, so many Shem's Burning Gazes. I feel like the damage output from those two very cheap spells, both in terms of gold cost and Winds of Magic, means these casters have probably gotten a ton of damage done. And now it's looking like it's snowballing. Empire really pulling ahead. Skink Priest getting wavered. Probably going to be routed soon. Over here, Empire Knights chasing this routing Stegodon off the map so it won't have a chance to regroup. And I think that's going to be all she wrote. Very clean match from the Empire, led by Ice Power and Evenstar. For a great series of battles going to be going down for the count here, I believe. Just without any healing for the monsters. The Outriders having plenty of ammunition. The Empire would have to make some pretty big mistakes here to lose the fight at this point. And given the level of play of both of these players, I don't think we're going to see that. Ancient Stegodon, or sorry, the Stegodon going down there. And that's going to be it. GG, well played. XMT Ice Power is heading to the final. Evenstar going to be sent down to the third place fight against whoever loses between Carl Harmon and Moffat. But great damage here. 1180 on top of the Light Wizard. Very well put together, well executed army. Outriders and the War Wagons, mixing them up, interesting instead of going one or the other. And yeah, overall everything here looks really good. GG, well played to both of them. Fun series to watch. Let's go find the next battle to get to. Oh, sorry, I totally missed the forest camp rule part. Congrats, man. Headed to the final. go see what my daughter's yelling at. And we're back. So, Moffat bringing the Beastmen against the Lizardmen of ODM Carl Harmon. All right, MP Harriet Ridge. It's the map once again. That's wrong. Just here, I'll fix it for you. It's very wrong. No problem, mate. Okay, so starting with our red player as the Lizardmen, I'm going to have 4 Skink Cohort with Javelins, 2 Saurus Warriors, and 4 Saurus Warriors with Shields, and 2 Skink Cohort. I'm going to have Saurus Scarvet on top of a Cold One. Potion of Strength going to be on top of him. Don't see that very often. We're also going to have a Skink Priest with Transformation of Kadon to summon those Manticores, and then Krokar on top of a Horned One with Hand of Gods. Now, for the rest of the army, we just have the monsters, 2 Solar Engines, and that's going to round it out. As this pew pew Lizardman army comes to face off against the Beastly Men, the Beastie Boys themselves. We're going to have Bestigor Herd, some Gore Herd with shields, 2 Ungor Spear Herd, including the Poison variant with Destroyers of Drakwold. We're going to be looking at some Razor Gore Herd, 2 Harpies up in the air, Brave Shaman with Traitorkin and Brave Scream, going to be on top of that Chariot. And then we have Gore Bull and Torox the Brass Bull, 2 Ungor Raiders, and a Poison Warhound on the far left flank. And that's going to round out the Beastmen, so let's see what happens. And oh, how could I have missed you? 3 throwing axes out on the frozen lake. Rarely see people fight over here, but the map does extend out into this nice little frozen lake and take some fights in the nice open ground. King Thran, too early to tell. I think Kislev's pretty sick, but they're hard to play, and I think multiplayer will be difficult for them, but I think they're really cool. I like Kislev. And then for the Chaos factions, Slaanesh is pretty sexy, not gonna lie. I like how fast they are. But yeah, Kislev, I just think is a really cool roster. Samesies, King Thran. But yes, here we go. Lizardmen pushing forward. Looks like they're pushing hard on the right flank, seeing the Beastmen are on the left. And taking position out in the open field, I would imagine. But they are pushing away from the frozen lake. They actually can't see any of the Beastmen army since it's down below this depression. They just see the Harpies. Everything else the Beastmen have is hidden below the ridge line. So Lizardmen honestly probably have no clue where. Yeah, they have no clue. The only units they can see right now are the 2 Harpies. So in just a moment, I think the Lizardmen are going to realize that the entire Beastmen army is over here, but for now they are in the dark and just pushing forward. And actually maybe they are catching wise to it, because they are just kind of pivoting and facing this way, so perhaps I lied and spoke too early. Does look like they can see Gorbel and Torox now, and they're getting ready, getting into the battle formation. Warhounds coming out, making their presence known. And like this, Javelins coming out to counter skirmish all against the throwing axes. Not getting too much damage done, but definitely screening them away from their Saurus spears. Very strong Lizardman formation right here. Beautiful shots from the Solar Engines so far. Beastmen pushing hard on this flank, but the spears coming out to counter that. I don't like seeing how bunched up these 2 spears are, though. Definitely want to see them split up so they can cover more ground. These Saurus Warriors looking like they're about to get caught with an unopposed charge. Yep. Bestigor herd hitting him in the flank. And then I imagine these spearmen are just going to turn around and hit him in the flank in just a moment. So right now, a couple good engagements, I would say, for the Beastmen. Lizardmen getting some good damage off on top of Torox the Brass Bull quite early in the fight, though. So we'll see if they can capitalize on that. Over here, Warhound's routing off some Skink Cohort, who it looks like they got a rear charge on for free. And Solar Engine's continuing to target Torox the Brass Bull. He does have some very good armor, but those armor-piercing shots going to be doing damage. Over here, looks like the Manticore Summon going to be coming in from the Lizardmen. Torox and Gorbel, though, surrounding Krokar and doing a ton of damage. Here goes Traderkin. It's going to hit the Saurus Scarvet and Torox, and that's going to be painful. Torox desperately trying to run away, but he's kind of getting staggered by the Bray Shaman, but the Bray Shaman is also playing defense and separating him from Torox the Brass Bull. In comes everybody. Saurus Spears intercept, though, and the Manticore going to be hitting Torox the Brass Bull, doing some serious damage. Krokar turning around to get back into the fight. That was a mistake, because now Torox just Gorbel somersaulted into him, and Torox did another somersault. Krokar, I don't know why he's still in here. There he goes, running away. He has the speed to get away, and I think he should have just stayed away from those engagements, because now it's in a position where the Lizardmen could potentially lose the fight just based on their hero getting killed. But, as I say that, Bray Shaman getting eliminated by the Feral Manticore Summon. So the balance of power still up in the air. Anybody's game, too early to tell, but the Lizardmen have some good, strong infantry here. All 4 Saurus Spears still in the fight. Actually, I lied. 3 of the Saurus Spears in the fight. Nope, all 4 of them are there. I lied twice. Over here, Krokar continuing to run away. Skink Cohort diving into Torox, and the Gorbel trying to slow him down. And that's going to be just enough for Krokar to stop routing. But is he going to realize he's not routing and actually give him the order to run away? It looks like that's a no. And Krokar is going to die right here in the woods. Don't know that he could have escaped either way, because there were Centaurs inbound. But yeah, that's going to hurt that the Lord just got killed. Still have a Saurus Scarvet, though, and the Skink Priest, so they aren't leaderless. And it looks like the Lizardmen are just trying to get regrouped now. Bestigor Herd here getting routed with the support of the Bastillodon with its terror, I imagine. Over here, Lizardmen look like they're going to be pushing this way, trying to regroup while simultaneously chasing off the Bestigor Herd. One of the Solar Engines still very high in ammunition. The other one's still decent ammunition left. So if they get regrouped, get in a defensive position, I think the Lizardmen can definitely hang on to this. But the fact that Torox and Gorbel are still alive is really, really scary, because they can just elite Bastillodons and the Saurus Scarvet. But as long as they stay together, have infantry support, they should be able to hang tough. Nice shot from the Solar Engine there, killing off a few throwing axes. We're going after the Saurus Spears with shields. They have those bronze shields, just a 35% block chance, but yeah, Ungar Raiders just coming in to use up all their ammunition. Should get them some good damage value, but I just don't know how much. And the throwing axes are now coming back in too. Solar Engine's just continuing to counter skirmish with the help of Skinks, who are screening out the Beastmen forces, or at least trying to. Uh-oh, this Bastillodon's getting baited. Yep, it got baited so hard. And this, oh yeah, this is going to be a big play if the Beastman can pull it off. It looks like the Bastillodon just caught on that he's now not in a good spot. And the Beastmen are desperately trying to cut him off from getting back. Yeah, Beastman going to abandon the chase as everything else gets within range to protect that solar engine. And the Beastmen, they need to get something going quick here because the solar engine has plenty of ammunition, and if they let it just keep on firing, I think it's, with how much ammunition it has left, it will be able to do enough damage to get the balance of power in their favor, and the Beastmen have to contend with terror. So this is going to be an interesting fight here. Don't think either player is out of this yet, but Beastmen are going to have to figure out a way to work their way around 2 terror-causing units. And I don't know if I saw the second Manticore summon, so somebody let me know if you did and I just missed it, but not seen a second Manticore summon from the Lizardmen forces. At this point, I don't know why the Lizardmen aren't just holding still, letting their vigor regenerate, and just shooting with their solar engines. Because it's clear the Beastmen aren't going to take any engagements that they're trying to force, and there's nothing the Lizardmen can do to force the engagement, so I honestly just think this solar engine needs to start unloading its ammunition. Oh, the Bray Shaman came back? I did not see that. I thought he got wiped out. That's a game changer. Oh, that's an Arc of Sotek? I'm such an idiot. My apologies. Thank you for pointing that out. This is an Arc of Sotek, not a solar engine. That's why it is not firing solar engine shots, as Butcherbird just so astutely pointed out in the chat. So that changes things. It's just the terror that the Beastmen need to worry about. Yeah, alright. Lizardmen going the opposite direction from Torox, which I actually like. But it looks like they're going to abandon the chase here. If he has enough for one good Trader Kin and he gets it cast on the right target, it could be enough to really limit the Lizardmen's chances to get a victory here. Moffat not giving any ground here, not making any, or not taking any chances. He's playing this very cautiously. Well, right now, he has to keep using ammunition, so that's one thing I need to see. Alright, so throwing axes are coming out to fire. I'm going to give a warning if I don't see any ammunition expended soon. Alright, there goes probably the last volley from Groghoofs, or second to last volley. Ungor Raiders are firing again. And the Lizardmen, I mean, they're trying. They just can't catch anything. So this is one of those things where if the Lizardmen wanted to just hold still, wouldn't necessarily consider that a rule break, because it's kind of a situation where there's nothing he can catch in this Beastman army. And so, as the rules state, if you're getting shot and you have no way to like catch or retaliate, you can sit still and just let them shoot you. You just can't do it in the forest. But the Beastmen kiting here, they're almost out of ammunition now, and so they're gonna have to close the distance and get into melee combat very soon here. Trying to see, yeah, these guys. It's gonna be one more volley left from them, and then they're out. These throwing axes are out of ammunition. That unit is shattered, so it doesn't count as attacking anymore. And now these throwing axes have to come in and use their ammunition. So. Throwing axes, doing a volley. He has 2 units with ammunition left. I'm just going to say that. I think it's clean play so far. I'm just throwing that out there. That we got to see these guys continue to use ammunition. You can't just like throw in a volley and run away. Like, you're allowed to run away from units chasing you, of course, but if nobody's threatening you, I don't want to see you throw a volley and run away. But in these cases, the Lizardmen are turning out, trying to chase. And I think that's actually playing to the Beastmen's hands. They should just sit down. The Centaurs are immune to psychology, so they could run all day. Or, sorry, immune to vigor, so they can run around all day and be fresh. Not the same for the Lizardmen. Horrible and Torox coming out. Throwing axes coming in. And you can see they're just getting as close as possible and then throwing their axes into the Bastillodons, which is a smart move. The closer you are, the more likely you are to hit your target. And these are really the only targets that they're worried about, because our Beastman player here, Moffat, recognizes these are the terror. This is what's going to chain route my army. If I can quickly eliminate these with Gorbel and Torox, then I can win the fight, no problem. But if these guys are able to get terror routes down while the infantry is still alive, then the Lizardmen could very well take this. All right, last volley from the throwing axes. And now we're going to be coming to grips. All right, Beastmen are coming out. Looks like Ungor Raiders being sent in first. Oh, maybe Harpies, actually. No, I just keep sending things in and like feigning in a charge and then pulling back. All right, man. Here we go. All right, Lizardmen need to get in there ASAP and try to get terror routes, but both of the Bastillodons are sitting idle at the moment. And that's going to be a problem. Ooh, Bastillodon knocking over the Gorbel. This is an opportunity. If the Saurus Scarvet can go in there and capitalize, this is the opportunity the Lizardmen need, is Gorbel getting knocked down so Scarvet and everybody else can come in and fight him. But, oh no, this Bastillodon is already routing leadership, not holding together, but this Gorbel may be going down for the count, and here comes the Manticore Summon. Is it going to go down? It does. It goes down right as this guy is wavering. But look at this, the leadership for the Lizardmen just not looking good. Saurus Scarvet still in the fight, but the Gorbel has escaped. We have Centaurs in here tying these units down. The Manticore coming in, and it's going right after the Bray Shaman. Going to get a terror route and possibly a kill here. Centaur now getting surrounded, though. Oh, terror route kicking in very quickly. Gorbel coming in for it. He has 426 HP, but that Manticore Summon is getting eaten alive by the Beastmen forces. In comes the Saurus Scarvet and others to try to support, but it's looking like it's going to be too little too late. That was a very effective engagement for the Beastmen to just shut down that summon, and I think that's going to shut down the Lizardmen chances of taking a victory here. Big charge from Torox. Very close fight, but going to go to the Beastmen in the end, as Lizardmen just weren't able to finish off any of the key Beastmen units here. Fiend, thank you for the follow. Yeah, very close fight. Long fight too. That was a very prolonged skirmish phase, and then Beastmen really taking their time there to ensure they can get the victory. I mean, it was that close. If they wouldn't have played it so patiently and carefully, very easily could have swung to the Lizardmen there, especially because we saw the kind of damage that they had already were able to get done to the solar engines before the final engagements happened. Very easily could have swung to the Lizardmen, so great game to both of these players. All right, score is currently 1-0 to Moffat.
Alright, everybody, hang tight and we will be right back.
And we're back. Wood Elves versus Dwarfs. Match point for Moffat. We're going to go start with our red player, ODM Carl Harmon, fighting to stay alive. Going to have 2 units of Bugman's Rangers and a couple of Slayers right next to him, including the Dragonback Slayers, the Regiment of Renown. For the rest of the infantry here, it looks like we're going to have a front line consisting of Longbeards, 5 of them to be precise. And then we're going to have 2 Dwarf Warriors. Make that 4 Dwarf Warriors. 2 Blasting Charges. 2 Master Engineers. And Belagar Ironhammer with his Silver Shield. 120 armor. We got the 2 Master Engineers, both of whom will have their Fire Rings of Thori. So basically like a Scab Scrath for Dwarfs. Now, that's going to round out the army. That's it. So not very much firepower. It's going to be very much more focused on just the infantry rush by the looks of it. And the other army is going to be the exact opposite. So time to see how the dwarfs face off against this this wood elf army. That is going to consist of Glade Guard. Looks like 3 regular ones and 4 of them with Starfire Shafts. You got 2 Way Watchers up in the front. The Lost Sylvan Knights for the cavalry. We have a Spellsinger of Life with Earthblood and nothing else. Got 3 Eternal Guard in the back line, and the Sisters of Twilight on their Eagle. Going to be bringing Eagle's Quiver and Conjoined Destiny along with Gwendolyr's Vantage. That's going to round out the 2 armies. So here we go. Good luck, have fun to both players. And it's going to be a big infantry army versus a big archer army. We'll see who comes out on top. Dwarfs will have to contend with the Lost Sylvan Knights, though. And I don't know if Fire Ring of Thor, even though it does magic damage, is going to do enough magic damage. These guys are quite difficult for the dwarfs to deal with in a lot of matches. And we're off! Waystalkers and the Sisters of Twilight coming out to play first. And looks like they're going to be going right after the Master Engineers. They have a 180 range. They have a 190 range. So they will have a slight advantage in terms of being able to outrange these Master Engineers. But once the Master Engineers get close, that's 2 against 1, so they'll want to be... The Sisters of Twilight will want to be careful. But so far, some big damage going down on these 2 dwarf heroes already. Waystalkers opening fire too. ODM Moffat off to a strong start when it comes to the skirmish battle. Longbeards over here below half health. Waystalkers just picking and choosing their targets at the moment. I do wish they just made bullets like they did in Napoleon. I don't know why they have to make the bullets so slow in these games. Like, that's an arrow. That's not a bullet. Yeah, anyway, don't need to go down that rabbit hole. Master Engineers continuing to focus on the Sisters of Twilight, but they are just not having a good time. It doesn't look like it's going well for ODM Carl Harmon's army so far. You can see that already one of the Longbeards close to being eliminated. They're just, now it seems like they're being a bit indecisive. I think when you see the build in front of you, you really have one option, and that option is to push forward and try to tie these archers up and kill them. But right now, it looks like he's hesitating, and I think that's just going to open him up to much more damage. Over here, Dwarf Warriors turned around, getting rear charged by the Lost Sylvan Knights, and not going to be looking too good for that unit of Dwarf Warriors. Other sides of the battlefield, the Dawi seem to have kind of reformed themselves. They're just turning to face and shoot the Lost Sylvan Knights, but right now, Longbeard's already taking a ton of damage. I really would have liked to have seen the Dwarf Warriors leading the way here at the door with the Longbeards in the back line, because right now you can see that's the cream of the crop for this Dwarf army, and they've already taken a ton of damage. Alright, Master Engineers continuing to get focused down. Sisters of Twilight have taken some significant damage, but they have Conjoined Destiny. They can heal that back up, no problem, as long as they don't get careless. And meanwhile, the Dowie Leadership Squad is going to be going down to 2 pretty soon. Because the only silver lining I can think of is that Sisters of Twilight are using all their ammunition on the Master Engineers. I don't think they're going to be able to snipe down Belagar. But that's a small consolation, because I think, you know, one hero's ammunition to eliminate, one Lord's ammunition to eliminate 2 heroes is always going to be a fair trade. One more good shot from the Sisters of Twilight should finish that guy off. Yeah, the Dowie kind of going into a defensive like formation here, trying to tighten up. I mean, here's the thing. The Elves do have to eliminate every single infantry unit with their missiles if they want to, you know, just outright win with the skirmish fight. So in a way, I can understand what the Dwarves are doing. It's just like backing up, not spreading out, because as soon as they spread out, the Lost Sylvan Knights win the game hands down. So I think maybe the Dowie players here is thinking, if I can just absorb all of the ammunition from the Wood Elves, then maybe I can win it in the late game with just a melee brawl. He has 2 full health Slayers back here. He still has plenty of Dwarf Warriors and Miners, although his Longbeards are super tattered and messed up. So, I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to play this long game, ward off the Lost Sylvan Knights and drag them down, but either way, I just think he's between a rock and a hard place. He can rush forward, try to catch archers, which is going to be difficult because his army's so slow. And that opens him up to Lost Sylvan Knights just running rampant in the back lines. Or he can stay put and defend against the Lost Sylvan Knights, but just let the Elves unload all of their ammunition into his army. And I don't think they have enough ammunition to, like, one by one eliminate every infantry unit. And that's the thing to remember, is as soon as these guys are out of ammunition, they are nothing but a liability. They're just, like, useless. They will lose against Slayers. They will lose against even tattered Longbeards. So, who knows? We may be surprised here, but if the Dowie do win this, it's going to be a long damn game. Yeah, normally you can soak all this damage, but Way Watchers still got 8 shots a pop, so that's at least 3 Dowie units I think they could eliminate with a couple of good volleys. They still have the 3 Eternal Guard too. Looks like the Wood Elves are trying to get around the flanks and start shooting at the Slayers. Other Master Engineer looks like he's going to be going down for the count in just a moment too. Already at 447 HP. Yeah, the Dowie are just losing everything besides the Slayer and Belagar. There's 1 Bugman's Rangers. And the Sisters of Twilight don't care if they take damage right now because they're just trying to reach that. I think it's 20% threshold when Conjoined Destiny kicks in. Yeah, so as soon as it goes below 20% HP, they can pop that 1800 heal. So it takes a while, but... Alright, so we still have one unit of Starfire Shafts, very high ammunition. Okay, I lied. There's some Glade Guard here with high ammunition. The Way Watchers still have a couple rounds between them. And then you have some Starfire Shafts here with a lot of ammunition. So, you know, the Wood Elves are using their ammunition very strategically here. They're not on fire at will or anything like that, where that would cause them to lose the game, no doubt. Over here, Dwarf Warriors, they do have their charge defense to negate the charge bonus here of the Lost Sylvan Knights, but they're still going to take some damage, get knocked around a bit. Starfire Shafts hitting the Dragonback Slayers is interesting because don't the Dragonback Slayers have fire resistance? Oh, it's only when they're in melee, so never mind. I lied. Are they shooting Belagar now, or what are they doing? Slayer's now starting to take some serious damage. You can see just so patient here. Moffat is just taking no chances, just like the last battle. He's just like sending in his archers, choosing his targets very carefully, and now the Slayers are starting to come down next. And without the Slayers, there's no way the Dwarves can win this. Because what can they do against Lost Sylvan Knights that are still at 24 models and have a chance to get healed? They did just lose one model. Oh no, he was using the scatter shot on top of Belagar. I mean, it was only one round wasted, but still. Over here, Lost Sylvan Knights continuing to just run rampant. Now we really have no answer to them right now. There goes their Earth Blood. Trying to keep these guys healthy and high on models. One brave ghost deer has fallen. I think they're more like ghost elk, right? Wild riders are on deer. These are elk. Yeah, Glade Guard still have decent ammunition. They're just picking and choosing. Whoa, random nicks. I'm going to have to check that out on stream sometime. Thank you for pointing that out. I did not realize Scatter Shot is good against single entities up close. All the projectiles, I suppose, hit if you're close enough. And now we still have some very healthy longbeards up here. About 3/4 health. They're immune to psychology. That could be a problem in the late game. Belagar's already taken some damage now. Yeah, these Wood Elves. Now it's getting into an interesting spot where the Wood Elves are doing damage with all their volleys, but they're going to start losing the balance of power the more ammunition they expend. So come on, guys. Excuse me. Got a frog in my throat. Alright, going after some Longbeards now. They do have that immune to psychology. Prevent them from terror routing. Another Earthblood going down on top of the Lost Sylvan Knights. Eating living frogs. I know, I need to stop. It's a habit I'm trying to break. Yeah, Longbeard's just getting smashed. Alright, so one unit has ammunition left. I guess this one has like a single volley left. Earthblood going down there, hitting the Sisters of Twilight and the Lost Sylvan Knights. And now the Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts. I saw these guys running away from some fire earlier. I'm almost wondering if he's keeping them in reserve so he has ammunition for the late game. Yeah. There's a ways to counter Waystalkers, though. I have to agree with some of the people in the chat that I've seen where it's like, I'm not a big fan of this Dowie build. And given what kind of build it was also like a necessity from the very beginning to rush forward, I think. I think they played this, Carl Harmon played this pretty much into the hands of Moffat when it came to how he reacted to the Wood Elf build. And I'm not saying that, I clearly I'm not coming from a place of perfection because I do this all the time. But yeah, I don't think the build was on point, and I don't think the reaction with the build on the battlefield was necessarily on point. Yeah, Wood Elf Rush, I would say, is more common against the dwarfs than the Wood Elf Kite. I was surprised when we loaded in and we saw just how many archers the Wood Elves had. So it was that 7 Glade Guard plus 2 Way Watchers. That's a whole lot of archers. And Lost Sylvan Knights, as always, just high model count, getting healed nonstop, and they can just be an absolute single unit win condition for the Wood Elves as long as they stay healthy throughout the fight. Good charge bonus. Go in there with that 60 charge bonus. Armor piercing. Why can I not see your stats? Lost Sylvan Knights, there you go. And I lied, their charge bonus is actually bigger, 77. So right now, balance of power getting worse and worse for the Dowie forces. Slayers, still a few of them alive. Good model count, but very bad health. Over here, Dowie looked like they were going out for a charge, but then thinking better of it. Eternal Guard are now in position. This is ominous, it's just like this guy using up his ammunition. The Eternal Guard just coming into position in different areas. And, yeah, really, Wood Elves just taking their time here. Belagar Ironhammer, really isolated. Very much separated from his army, and that alone might be sealing the fate of the Dowie army right here. He's pretty much screwed. Even if he just, the Sylvan Knights sit on him, then they'll still win. Over here, Dowie forces coming out to try and help, but now the Spellsinger and the Sister Twilight coming out, and it looks like ODM Carl Harmon's going to get knocked out here and go off to face Evenstar in the 3rd place battle for that $10 Steam gift card. Moffat, I think, going to be getting an insurmountable lead in the balance of power here in a little bit. Belagar Ironhammer going down is going to be a big deal. But Wood Elf forces aren't holding back the Dowie tide long enough. Terror kicking in on Belagar, though. Can the Wood Elves kill him? It looks like they're going to have to run away before they can finish the job, because now the Dowie are surging forward to save their lord. Looks like the Sisters of Twilight coming in maybe going to try to chase him to keep him routing, but it looks like the Slayers are going to be just accompanying him. Alright, Starfire Shafts using up the last of their ammunition, firing away into the Slayers. Belagar continuing to get chased by the Sisters of Twilight, who are not landing because they think they're worried about the Slayers being so nearby. And speaking of Slayers nearby, so 34 speed. The Slayers abandoned that chase. They could have had the Spellsinger. Oh, I think it was a misclick because now they're trying to get the attack order again. But don't think it's going to matter. Lost Sylvan Knights can turn around, play some defense for them, and Belagar is getting routed off the map. So it's going to be a GG, well played to ODM Kyle Harmon. And Moffitt getting another 2-0 victory on the stream. Yeah, Stag Knights are super healthy. They're almost at their healing cap, but they still have 23 models. Oh, how did I miss these guys? There's some Dwarf Warriors over here. But, I guess maybe I should say there were some Dwarf Warriors over here. Because the terror is going to be real here in just a moment, folks. Oh, Belagar has been killed by the Sisters of Twilight. Looks like he's just laying face down in some mud. Never did make it back to Karakate Pete's. Sad. And now the Sisters of Twilight are coming back, and it's going to be a full army shatter minus some Slayers. So GG, well played. And let's get on to the final. I'm sorry I'm not going to be able to cast a third place match, but these semifinals did last quite a while. And I have a daughter to take care of after the tournament, so. Yeah, so ODM down in the third place bracket fighting against Evenstar. Moffitt and Ice Power going to be up in the top brackets. I believe Moffitt is the BM, but he doesn't have it as a name, so I didn't put it in there. And then Evenstar is XMT. Yeah, 2200 value on the Sisters of Twilight, 1670 on them. All of the archers using their ammunition. And the Dawi army just struggled there mightily. Alright, let's see where that final bracket match is. Iron Thunder, if you're listening, if you wouldn't mind letting third place match that they can get started whenever and just send me the replay. And then we got to go find the final bracket. 100% with Kyle. At least domination you can take Artie if Wood Elves go roulette and don't take Waystalkers. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how. I think there's going to be pros and cons for the Dowie there. I worry about slower factions in the domination mode, but we will see. The infantry and their staying power will help them cap points and keep them, maybe, though. But when it comes to closing in with reinforcements, I worry there. I guess you can send in some Vanguard Ironbreakers if you ever need them, though. Oh, you don't like unbreakable units? Yeah, I guess that's a kind of a love-hate relationship there, huh? Yeah, the sky barges are an interesting unit that I don't see ever being used in multiplayer, but I might be wrong there. I hope I am, because they look cool, but it's just kind of a, you know, a unit that once it uses its ammunition is completely harmless in every way is kind of interesting. They all get charge reflect and plus 80 armor. Yeah, we saw high elves. We have not seen greenskins today. We've seen a couple of greenskin picks, as in like they're part of the double pick, but we haven't seen any greenskin confirmations today. All right. Now, as always, let's do a quick rundown of the bracket today and how our players got here, the path to victory. So Moffitt on the bottom bracket had to go up against Tutorial, beat him 2-0 or 2-1. He then faced Razel in a match we watched, which was a 2-0 victory. He then went on to face off against ODM Carl Harmon, which we watched just before this, or no, which we just literally finished because apparently I'm stoned. And now he is against Ice Power Total War. Now, speaking of Ice Power, going back to him, he had to bye the first round because he was the number 1 seed of the season. So he is the favorite going into the tournament today at rank 1. Defeated RTK Charix, then Evenstar, and now we are on to Moffitt. So, who's going to come out on top and take the $100 prize home, and who's going to come out second? Left with a $25 Steam gift card. And then for third place, unfortunately, we can't cast that live just because it's going to be a bit too much time, but Evenstar and ODM Carl Harmon are going to be duking it out for that $10 Steam gift card. So, Ice Power and Moffitt, let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Nameless one, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. And sorry you couldn't make it to the tournament today, but I hope you can make it in the tournaments to come. See y'all in Warhammer 3. But display capture off, coming back here, and it looks like we may have a Beastman Bretonia pick on Schwarzhafen, and Ice Power going to be waiting for Moffitt to reply with his pick. Ooh, VP is the pick, and it looks like we got Beastman versus VP, the second time we've seen that matchup today. First time did not go too well for the Vampire Coast, so we'll see what they cut it up to this time. Dwarf Discord is talking about suing Cathay and Kislev for copyright infringement. I would say Cathay is quite a bit different than the dwarfs. Kislev. Cathay, yeah, they may have a lawsuit on their hands. I do feel like Cathay... I don't know. I feel like Cathay might be the weakest of all the new factions. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Just in terms of multiplayer, because I think their playstyle is inherently at a disadvantage. Because I don't think static, just immobile armies are really the way to go. However, they do have some mobility units to, support that. And I don't know. We'll see what happens once the game gets going, because maybe I just lack vision with how Kislev should be paid or played. Hardy, armored, and does the pew pew. Yeah, but unlike the dwarfs, I guess, yeah, they're kind of like an army of rangers, of like all hybrid missile infantry units. They're my favorite so far. So I'm a little bit defensive about them, guys. All right, here we go. Round 1 of the final for the HW League Season 9 playoffs. The final season on Warhammer 2. It's been a blast. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Hope the players have enjoyed it, and thank them all for participating. I know we had well over, probably around 300 people who played in the tournaments total this season. So thank you all for tuning in and for playing. But without further ado, let's get to the best of 5 final. Starting with our blue player, XMT Ice Power, leading the Beastmen onto the field. We're going to have Ungor Herd, very popular as of late. We got 5 of them. 3 Ungor Raiders. We're then going to see the 2 Throwing Axes and the 2 Centigores. We got 3 Razor Gore Herd this time. 2 Feral Manticores up in the air. We're going to have a Bray Shaman of Wild. He's going to have Traderkin, Bray Shaman of Death, a Spirit Leech and Aspect of the Dread Knight, and Morgor the Shadow Gave with his Chaos Spawn summons. Now that does round out the Beastmen forces, so let's take a look at what the Vampire Coast has brought for us. And we've seen this build not today, have we? Okay, so actually, is this the same build we saw earlier? Yeah, it is the exact same build. So this is going to be interesting. I'm having just deja vu, but it's going to be the... I guess there's a slight difference in the sense that there's 4 pole arms in this one, 3 zombie deckhand mob. We got the 2 gunnery whites up front with Scab Scrath, and then we have Captain Noctilus here, going to be on top of his Necrofex Colossus with his usual loadout. And then we got the gunnery, the Rodian Promethean gunnery mob. They have their hand cannons on the back. And we saw this work not so well earlier. We'll see if it works now. Yeah, that's where I think it struggles. Just a Cygor build against this would be rough. Count Noctilus could definitely, dish out some damage, but they do outrange him, so. I'm not counting out any of the factions as of yet. Nurgle is also one that's just like completely alien to me. I have no idea how you're supposed to play them. To me, it's just like such a weird, limited little roster. But can't wait for other better players to show me how they should be played. Noctilus opening fire. Looks like he's going for the Manticores. This is a matchup where I would like to see... Count Noctilus can't bring it, but Van Hell's Dance... No. Gaze of Nagash. I think that's a very good spell here to use against Manticores. But over here, going to be seeing the cannonballs just opening up on top of the Razor Gore Herd. I like that he's targeting the units that can rampage. Get those units to rampage, they'll come run in and waste their value real quick. And it looks like he may be... Oh, yep, there goes the rampage, and here come the piggies running towards the zombies. They should stop rampaging by the time they get there, but one more shot should keep them going. Once again, we're seeing the vampires pushing hard right instead of like holding their ground in the position they initially were, and I'm not sure why we're seeing that. They're just not a very mobile faction, so you're going to get caught every time. Over here, though, looks like these Rotting Promethean gunnery mob There was an opportunity there, I think, for the Razor Gore herd to go in and perhaps isolate them, but that opportunity has been lost as the deckhand mob with polearms coming and close the gap. Over here, I will say this time the Vampire Coast looks a little bit more spaced out, giving themselves a bit more breathing room, which I really like to see. And more of their infantry is back here in reserve. And Noctilus is getting some really good damage done with his hand cannon. Literally, it's just hand cannons. But over here, a lot of damage from the Spirit Leech and the focused fire on top of the Lamprey's Revenge. Going to be seeing more summons coming in from Count Noctilus. Oh no, just kidding, it's a Chaos Spawn summon, but immediately Zombie Pirate Deckhand Mob with polearm should be pushing in on top of it. The crabs looking like they're just kind of sitting idle for right now, which is concerning. White King's doing well for themselves. There's a Feral Manticore in there trying to fight them, but they're just double teaming it, and in comes a Wraith Storm. The Beastmen fire prioritization just doesn't seem to be really on point. They haven't been able to eliminate any one of the vampire units. Like, you know, Noctilus is now getting shot at, but he's still quite healthy. None of the crabs are really in a dangerous position at the moment, and the Beastmen, meanwhile, have taken a lot of damage. They're taking a lot of casualties here. Another Spirit Leech coming in on top of the Lamprey's Revenge. That's a pretty big deal. Does look like that Manticore was eliminated, unless I am completely missing it. But yeah, oh yep, there it is. It's shattered, flying away. More summons coming in here to stem the Beastman tide. Lamprey's Revenge getting low on health. Yeah, critical binding. The other two Gunnery Whites up, or Rotting Prometheans, are doing just fine for the time being. Beastmen have been able to overwhelm the Vampire Coast right flank. More summons coming in to try to counter that. This one getting in on top of some Ungor Raiders, which is a nice pickup. More deckhand mob coming in here slowly but surely, and now we have crabs looking like they may be coming in for a rear charge. Razor Gore herd going to turn to counter that, and Razor Gore herd doing some nice damage on that charge. Their armor piercing weapon strength is quite intense. Over here, Chaos Spawn summon looking like it's about to time out, but Gunnery White's in a precarious position. But even as I say that, the balance of power is starting to swing against the Beastmen at the moment. So Invocation from the Heck going down on top of the Lamprey's Revenge. They're going to dive back into combat here. Manticore is rampaging. More Gore and the Shamans are in this fight, both of them. So this is really a key engagement. If the Vampire Coast can win this engagement, then they've won the fight. There's no more fight left in these guys if they can win that fight. And right now it looks like the Gunnery mob Rotting Prometheans have won the engagements up on the hilltop. So they're freed up to go support this engagement down here too. But both Gunnery Whites still alive and well. Spirit Leech on the Lamprey's Revenge once again. Beastman finally going to be dragging it down, it looks like. But will it be enough to win them this fight? I'm just not sure. Ice Power looking like he's on his heels. And the Beastmen need to get some kind of offensive going here. But I think the Vampire Coast have just won it. Bossum Bang, thank you so much for the subscription, man. That's really appreciated. The money goes straight to the prize pools and coffee for me. So I do appreciate the support. Deckhand mob trying to get back into combat, but they were intercepted by some Ungor Raiders. Lamprey's Revenge getting pretty low on health, but it looks like that's going to be a concession. Ice Power conceding defeat, and Moffat is going to take a quick 1-0 lead in this best of 5. White Kings and Noctilus getting a lot of damage, and this time around the build did work out. I had my doubts, especially after its performance in the first game, but able to pull it out for the win here. So, score update. Blocker up, and I'm going to go let my dog outside. Here we go. Chaos versus Wood Elves. Hell yeah. I actually enjoy this matchup. Kind of a cat and mouse matchup usually, but sometimes you can see the Wood Elves go with some tanky, rushy builds. But usually you see them with the kite and Chaos hunting them down. But the reason I like this matchup is oftentimes you see Chaos Knights, which are one of my favorite units in the game. And you don't see them too often. Uh-oh, looks like I'm dropping some frames right now. Lost some connectivity. So let me know. Hopefully stream quality goes back up. There we go. Looks like we're connecting again. All right, Moffat is ready to go. All right, and there we go. Both players readied up, and we are loading in to the Tower of Hoeth. Ebert, thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. That is too kind of you. By the way, Bosabang, go back to shout you out. I know I shouted out the sub, but that's 12 months, 1 year of subscriptions to you. Thank you so much. And Ebert, looks like your first time. Much appreciated. So look at that, a first timer and a 1 year anniversary in the same stream. But here we are. Without further ado, let's get to the armies. Starting with our red player, Moffat, who has brought a very, very small, very mobile Wood Elf build. Starting from the right flank, we have Glade Riders with Hagbane tips and 2 regular ones. So looks like 3 regular Glade Riders and 2 with Hagbane tips, a total of 5. We then have Lost Sylvan Knights and a unit of regular Great Stag Knights, who I like the look of even more, since they're not just all neon green and ghosty. There were some Glade Riders with spears. Looks like 1, 2, 3 of them on the field. And then we're going to have a Spellsinger of Life on a horse. Going to be in the forest for now. Going to be bringing the Power Stone, Earthblood, and Awakening of the Wood. And then up in the air we do have the Sisters of Twilight, as some of the chat did predict, but this time on top of a Forest Dragon. Going to have the same loadout though, with Conjoined Destiny. No, Eagle Quiver, and Sathian Har's Tenacity. Am I crazy, or is Conjoined Destiny not on them right now? Somebody let me know if I'm crazy, but if they didn't bring that, that is interesting. But Spellsinger does have Earthblood, so they can heal him up nonetheless. Now, for the Chaos Army, we got Chaos Marauders for the front line. Quite a common pick, and Forsaken on the far right flank. And then we have an ample supply of Horsemen and Horsemasters, supported by Chaos Warhounds. We have some Chaos Knights with Lances. So yeah, 2 Chaos Knights with Lances here in the forest. And Sartorial, Big Bird himself, is going to be the hero leading this army into battle. 20% or 50% missile resist, although I'm not sure that applies to the Sisters of Twilight, because I think their shot counts as an artillery round. And so Sartorial going to be taking some serious damage already. This is when I think Sigvald might be the better pick, but Chaos does have the tools to counter skirmish here, so we'll see how they do. The problem is the Wood Elves have more counter skirmish tools. Chaos Knights with Lances are a potent force, though. Crazy good charge bonus. I think it's up to, what, 80? Yeah, 80 charge bonus. So on the charge, these guys can devastate most things, but we'll see how it goes against the Lost Sylvan Knights. That final transmutation and Syrian Doom on top of Sartorial, the Everwatcher, are going to be very, very key here. A nicely timed Syrian Doom on top of the Lost Sylvan Knights can do boohoo damage. I kid you not. Alright, Chaos is taking some early damage here, especially when it comes to the Sisters of Twilight. But overall, it looks like they're getting their bearings. They're pushing out their shielded Chaos Marauders to take most of the damage. The big problem here is the Sisters of Twilight, once again, are just a sniping... I don't know what I was going to say after that. But anyways, they're really good at sniping. And as you can see, Sartorial is on a timer so long as he's in here. Final transmutation going down. It's upgraded as well. It's going to be killing off Lost Sylvan Knights and already killing 2 models. There goes a third. So that damage, you know, at least some of it's going to be sticking there. So that's 5 models in total being killed. And the Wood Elves can't heal back dead models. So nice pickup here. Warhound's going to be pulling back just in the nick of time. Nah, I'm just kidding. They have plenty of space. But good micro on display from both players here. Long story short, Earthblood upgraded going down, heal these guys back up, but like I say, they can only go so high since they lost those models, but looks like they're still healing for now. Over here, these guys got greedy and now they are screwed because these guys have, one of them has poison. Are they poisoned? Yep, there they go. Now they're poisoned. They're going to be slowed down and Chaos is going to eat these riders up. So both players drawing blood here. Sartorial still just getting demolished right now by the Sisters of Twilight, and that's got to be frustrating. So Chaos's big thing here is their lord is on a timer, but other than that, you know, they still got all the tools they need to win this. But I think what needs to happen is we need to see a lot more aggression on the Sisters of Twilight to try to zone them out from Sartorial. Sartorial's going to be key here. Chaos Knights being used very cautiously. One of them is out here, though. One of the Warhounds getting caught out. Eliminated by Glade Riders with Spears. Nice pickup. These Warhounds trying to corral the Glade Riders, but the Glade Riders, good speed, all the way up at 94, so they can match the Warhounds, and as they're poisoning them too with their missiles, that's slowing the Warhounds even further. And I don't know, it's like if Chaos can get some poison on them, just one model connected, there it goes, that should slow them down just a bit. They're at 80 speed now, but I just don't know if it's worth it. What's happening is the Warhounds are just getting kited and shot to pieces. But as I say that, we got to keep in mind Warhounds are a low priority unit for Chaos, in the sense that, like, if these guys use up all their ammunition on the Warhounds, then they're not going to have anything to kill the infantry in the late game, and the Chaos Knights are still full health, so they have something to counter the Great Stag Knights. Over here, Sisters of Twilight getting focused by all the Chaos Skirmish Cav, and I love it. Especially if they don't have Conjoined Destiny, that'll be a big deal. Awakening in the Wood going down, doing some decent damage, but more importantly, slowing them down and scaring them off, so Sisters of Twilight could retreat and extract from that situation. And yeah, it looks like Chaos was corralling them into the corner, but the problem is they haven't shut off this avenue of escape, so it looks like the Wood Elves will be able to complete a 360, you know, around the forces of Chaos and just start this whole train going again. So over here, you see, this is a rare mistake you ever see from Icefire. He's one of the best players ever, and I just, you know, want to see him split up more and close off avenues of escape. It looks like he's doing that now. He's sending out some Chaos Knights and Horse Masters and Main to be in a position to actually trap some of these units. But over here, it looks like he's gone completely idle. And, you know, there's only so much you can do as a human being. There's so much micro demand in this battle when you're facing a full cav Wood Elf Kite build. So right now, Chaos Forces just keeping calm heads, starting to regroup. We see some Forsaken over here. They're very isolated. I want to see them regroup. Right now, Glade Riders coming in for a charge, thinking better of it. But yeah, those Forsaken need to group up with the rest of the forces of Chaos, because I think all Chaos needs to do to win this is keep their composure and waste all the Wood Elf ammunition, which is actually not too far away. That's the problem. This Wood Elf build, even though it had a lot of Glade Riders, their ammunition, their missile power isn't the best against armored Chaos units. They haven't killed off all the Chaos Skirmishers. The Chaos Skirmishers have tons of ammunition left, and the Chaos Infantry, although chaff, is still alive and well. And what did I say earlier, chat? I don't want to call myself a prophet, but saw that coming from a mile away. Now, I'm being an asshole, so I'm going to shut up, because, like I say, these players are playing at such a level that I couldn't even hope to play at. Chaos Knights with Lances coming into charge here. Warhounds with Poison on top of them, slowing them down quite a bit, but the Forsaken have definitely paid a heavy price for it. But it does look like the Lost Sylvan Knights are going to be able to extract themselves from the situation. However, there's nothing really close by to support them. The Wood Elves are on the run, and there's just a fist of Chaos forces pushing forward now. Over here, Great Stag Knights getting targeted by the Javelins, and the Wood Elves are on their heels. Sartorial hanging back, 1700 HP. Alright, Chaos Skirmishers coming over here. Ooh, Soporific Breath coming down. Gonna be a bit of a miss, though. Not gonna really connect too well on anything, but I liked the timing of it. You know, you saw them bundled up together and was hoping to get a good breath. It just didn't pan out. Over here, Glade Riders with Spears. Pretty much on their last legs. It's just gonna be the Glade Riders left here in the late game with the Great Stag Knights. Lost Sylvan Knights down to 18 models. These ones still full health, full model count. And I love this. Right now, Ice Power just playing so smart with his Chaos Knights with Lances. Some people might say they've been too idle or anything, but I think it's like, if he has them full health into the late game, then he's going to be in such a good position, especially with the Warhounds and the tattered Marauder Horse Masters and Horsemen to support them. These Chaos Knights with Lances will be able to dominate. They're really going to be the main tool I think Chaos has in the late game, besides the Javelins, to deal with the Great Stag Knights. Over here, Sisters of Twilight, really just focusing on Sartorial. You could see him over here, just inching ever so closer, just looking, poking and prodding. They're like, can we get another shot off against him before those Javelins come running at us? And it looks like that's going to be a resounding yes. They are going to have... Oh, no, just kidding. They're going to run off before they can fire. They have 3 shots left. Oh, one of them went down. It was wasted on Marauders. I don't know if that was counted or not, but it looked like a shot went off. But Chaos looking stronger and stronger, I think, as the battle wears on. Wood Elves definitely, you know, on the retreat. Marauder Horsemen and Warhounds running away from the Glade Riders. Yeah, Moffat, very cautious player, very good micro. Like, you got to give the respect there. But right now, I don't think he's getting the damage down that he needs to get down in order to win this fight. Sartorial is very low on HP, and you know, a good charge from the Sisters of Twilight in melee could probably finish him off. But I just don't know if the Sisters of Twilight and the Great Stag Knights can carry this entire game when Chaos still has this amount of troops left on the field. Oh, that's right. Right-click target out of range and it goes to the nearest unit. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, somebody in the chat there, Random Nick, saying better probably to focus on the Chaos Knights than the other units, and I would agree. Excuse me. Agree with that. There's a reason I've been emphasizing the Chaos Knights, because push comes to shove and it's the late game, and all you have to fight them is just melee units. Chaos Knights are scary. That 80 charge bonus. Do not underestimate it, especially when you're a lightly armored faction. Because the Great Stag Knights only have 60 armor, and, you know, Glade Riders 15 armor, so that's where the lack of armor piercing really doesn't matter for the Chaos Knights. Sisters of Twilight coming out looking aggressive, taking a lot of javelins as a result. Sartorial, I don't know if he has... I probably have missed one, or hopefully not two, final transmutations, but Moffat just conceded. That's going to be a victory for XMT Ice Power in round 2, tying it up 1-1. Yeah, well played to the Chaos Forces. Chaos Knights did nothing, but they were there to win the game. You know, like, these two guys alive in the late game was going to just be too much, I think, for the Wood Elves to deal with. Although the Great Stag Knights are very devastating on the charge as well, I will grant them that. But Sisters of Twilight doing some good work, but at the end of the day, it's just didn't have enough damage output to deal with how much HP there was in total in this Chaos Army. Each of these Chaos Marauders, big HP pools, Forsaken. You have all of these missile units to harry. You know, the Chaos Forces here had the same number, actually outnumbered the Wood Elf missiles. And they had Warhounds to boot, 4 of them. So this Chaos build was just very well suited for a very mobile Wood Elf build, in my opinion. He had the tools there to catch units throughout the battle, drag them down, and eat them up. So GG, well played to both of these players.
Always good to see good sportsmanship on display. They pick the map address. Yeah, so Dark Elves Bretonia on Prague. So each bracket, here I'll just show my screen again. Each round there's a map pool, and then there's a tiebreaker map in advance. So the players pick from that depending on whose pick it is. Yeah, so far I haven't had any complaints about map picking that way. I think it adds a fun dynamic, gives players a bit more freedom to take some of the pressure off of the admins too, because you just like have to decide a map pool, and then you just copy and paste it, and then there's a separate map pool for the final, just to spice things up. But tiebreaker map remains the same. And MP peak passes, I think a good tiebreaker map. It's big. Sometimes leads to a long battle, but it can really free up the players to have a nice big open fight while there's still terrain features and forest and things to use. Exactly. How can you complain when you pick the map yourself? Anytime I pick the maps, it's just always that, like, oh well. And even now I probably need to look into spicing up the map pool picks, because I do tend to use probably the same 15 maps in my map pool. I'm sure there's some good ones that I'm missing. The maps in Warhammer 3, I do have to say, just look very, very, very good. It's a beautiful looking game, and I like the map design, the terrain features, and just it's well thought out. And I'm also liking the city maps too in the campaign. Those are very cool. Happy that all the minor settlements have their own, battle maps and stuff, and it feels unique and varied, and so far feels fresh. Can't wait till I can stream it for y'all. I think Thursday. All right, Moffat going chaos now. All right, Dark Elves it is. Hey, Desperado. So, good question. When it comes to faction selection, it's dependent on the bracket position. So, whoever's on the top end of the bracket in their matchup gets to pick first. And when you pick first, you pick two factions, and then the second player picks one faction, and then you get to pick from your two factions that you declared initially. And then on the second round, it goes to the other player. So you just swap the order for the next time around. If it goes to a tiebreaker, then the person who won, so the person who has like the initiative momentum going into the third round, they pick first, but they pick three factions and ban one faction from their opponent using. Their opponent then bans one of the three factions they named, picks their own faction, and then the other player then picks from the two remaining factions they have. So the tiebreaker can be a bit convoluted, but that's the way we make it fair. So it's not just one player gets to counterpick the other person and get an unfair advantage. Exactly. And like Hadri says, it's like you think about what the matchups could be when you pick your two factions. So for instance, if I know my opponent could potentially play dwarfs, I'm probably not going to pick Empire and Bretonia. At least that's me personally. Like I don't want to play either of those factions against dwarfs. So you want to find a faction that complements the other faction's weaknesses. Well, there you go. I aim to please. Aim to educate. Yeah, that's why I'm looking forward to the blind picks for the ladder battles and the new game. I think that will make it a lot more accessible for new players. So they don't need to worry about like, oh, what are they going to counter pick with? Or have to worry about opponent constantly changing their pick. That sounds like my daughter. My day is, yeah, little wah. There's a little wah outside my office door. All right, ice power readied up. And here we go.